Okay, now we're on. Good morning, everybody. It is now 8:49 a.m. Tuesday, November 28th, 2023, here in New York City. My name is Doc, and we're going to try and trade all day. I had a lot of problems with the internet yesterday. They're doing work in my neighborhood, so we'll see how this goes. That light a little too bright, I think it is. We're going to do a few things today. This is more of just a dry run on what I want to do with live trading. So there might be a little bit of latency issues. Apologize in advance for that, but we'll see how we do. So in the morning, I just like to run through all my different tools, see what looks good for the day. I usually start with the SPY, Tesla, and a couple of stocks, equities I might be looking at. CRISPR is on my radar now. We've been following that since 52. Now it's in the 70s, and it's looking like it might want to go further because we're above what used to be resistance now. We'll see. If we open above this and hold it, that looks good for a little bit higher. Let's just see what the macro view looks like. Look at that nice, beautiful run, pullback level, run, level, nice ascending triangle. But we don't just use traditional tools and charts. We use all the different tools that are available to us. One of them being Quant Trading App, which is an amazing tool. It's not say magical, but it's math. It's not magic. It's math. And we'll get into that today also. And if you want, we're going to do a like a demonstration and exactly break down from first seeing it to applying it to using it in everyday trading. If you want to get on that train, give me an email right there, stockdoc2k@gmail.com. One-on-one Stocks is our website. It was almost finished over the break. I really wanted to get it done, but it looks like December 1st might be the date. So keep that in your browser. And be prepared for a lot of cheesiness. I try not to take life too seriously, even though I had some serious things that happened to me. But what are we talking about here, Doc? Let's get to the stock market. So I was talking about the SPY, right? Well, we usually start with the SPY. On a macro view, this is a pitchfork. Without really getting into exactly how pitchforks work, it's just a way of setting trend lines, and almost like someone described it once and it was perfect. It's support and resistance on a diagonal path. As basic as an explanation that is, that's what pitchforks are. There's more intricacies and things and how to draw them and how to use them. For more information on that, check out oneononestocks.com. But look at the SPY, right? We had the beautiful run up. This made the fork right here, this open face. After it bounced this huge run up, we conquered, made a brand new higher right here, higher high, then a new higher high. But did we go all the way? Did we get the third one? Not yet. Not yet. It's 457.93. Does that look about right? Yes, sir. We got close. But we did not get we did not go full cigar. 456.38. I think that was the ceiling for SPY, and we should see a bit of a retracement. This line is just a path. This is not a target line by any means. This is just a path using previous downtrends and the degree and the angles and everything like that. So this is not a target, just a path, potential path that it could be taken. And it's actually a little more conservative than the past downtrends here. I'll show you. See the downtrend there? It's a little tighter. That downtrend is a little tighter. So this is actually a conservative line, because I'd rather error on the side of conservative than too risky. if that makes sense. If it goes down quicker than this, I'm okay. If it goes down slower than this, that's a problem. But we have to account for that. So I make a little more conservative line, and we draw it all down. Excuse me. Yeah. Hang on a second. Is that... Yes. Okay, I see levels now. So today we're going to be streaming on YouTube. If you guys got the invite, obviously you're already here and you know that. I think next week we're going to try our hands with streaming on Twitch. And that's going to be real exciting because I have no idea how to do it. So that's going to be rip-roaring fun. But yeah, no planning, no announcements, no promotions for this. It was, I got up real early at 6 o'clock, kind of got my game plan in, and then just wanted to go live. So if you see me trying to set a couple things up for the day, that's why, because I'm still doing this on the fly. What we've got here is a failure to communicate. I really like it when you wake up by accident, not by accident, but unplanned early in the morning. And you just feel like, okay, let's do it. There's no like, oh man, you wake up before your alarm. Like, all right, I get more sleep. But I haven't set an alarm in over 2 years, aside from like doctor's appointments or like a serious, steadfast early appointment. I haven't set an alarm in a long time. I just naturally wake up in time and want to get going. I think your mind, your body kind of is in tune with what your desires are, and it wakes you up. I don't know. Hey, come for the stock market techniques. Stay for the dribble. All right, I'm setting my risk limit today. I'm going to trade on the more conservative side today because I know I might be handling some other tech issues. Hold on a second. Ooh. Thank goodness for cough buttons. Reminds me of radio days. Radio days. Hi, you're listening to WHBC 90.3 FM, the voice of Nassau Community College. Stuck at work? Give me a call, 516-572-6400. Let me know what you want to hear. Terrible. Never again. So, the SPY. Let's get to the stock market. It is now 3 minutes to 9. Let's just kick this off 3 minutes early. SPY, big run up. Now we're hitting this major resistance, I would call it. And it actually works out. It finishes it. The last time we came up, we hit it on a major run. Remember this one? Huge major run. We hit it maybe twice, I would guess. One day and then another day. And then we have not seen that again. So back from July 25th, all the way till now, that has never been reached again. So now that we reached it, it's not so much of a point and rejection. It's more of a rounded top, which is a nice soft, like a soft reversal, I guess, but it is definitely in the reversal family, if you will. Right? We don't have a touch and then a regrouping back here and then a bounce back up. Let me draw that out so it makes a little more sense. You know, we don't have a run up and then a little cut back here for another shot going higher. What we have here is a failure. You know, we have a run up and then a softness as we get into that level. Almost as if there's orders there waiting to take profit and people are trying to undercut the other one. And then we see something like this. Bam, right back down to 440. Let's see how that looks. Nice little trajectory. That could work. Now, also, keep in mind, you want to just not look at possibilities like that, but we want to look at where the exit could be, right? So we have a lot of noise coming up here. This is a nice big green, and big green begets big red, big green bars, that is, right? So this big green bar is now, an easy move. It's not necessarily going to be 100%, but it's an easy move. If we get there, there's no physical resistance. It's just one quick move. This is 1 4-hour candle. Don't see much resistance there. Then on top of that, once we get down to like 448, 449, again, an easy move right down to 440. So keep those those levels in mind. Keeping 449, 50, maybe 449 exactly to 440, and then this little one up here maybe to kick it off. So if we see this today, if we see this break down of 452, I could safely say that 450.50 should be an easy decision, I would say. Not an easy play, but an easy decision to make, whether you want to or not. It's totally up to you. It's not financial advice. Do not take anything I say as such. Everything we're talking about today is paper trading, right? So, with that being said, use that. Use what's left. Always look left. Bam. Look left and you find this. At that level there, another one down here. Then, big one. I know I'm not doom and glooming, but if we do make it there, just to show you what else is down here, there's another huge move here. This is a gap right here. This happened overnight, during the day, just green run up, all nice slide down. So that's what I'm going to be watching on the SPY. And then we drill down. We drill down to things like, I don't know, a little stock called Tesla. Tesla will get you. So Tesla's in I think it's like the handle on a cup, almost just like the SPY. But we're in a nice little downtrend, and it's being respected, right? We created it here and here, so we have the top of the trend, the bottom of the trend, retested it here, came down to the halfway mark. I should actually probably make a little line in the middle there. Get there. I'm gonna adjust it. Just a second. So you see some action here and here. So there's all these levels in between the trends. I'm going to erase that because it's getting a little noisy. But that's usually what you say. You chart things for your own assistance, and it's also good when you're explaining it, because in community trading, by the way, is the most underrated tool that there is out there. And when you share it, you want to show what you're thinking. And this is a good way to do it, by charting. If you have any questions about charting, if you want to learn how to do it, One-on-One Stocks is a great place to start. Website's still down, though. Terrible promotion. It's like promoting a party and the building isn't even built yet. But here we are at Tesla. We've touched the bottom of the trend. So what's next? Usually you touch the top of the trend. Well, that's where it gets a little touchy, because we've reached what seemingly is a top of the trend. It's not these two peaks here. It's this one, this one, this one, the shoulders of these heads, right? So you see a shoulder, a head, a shoulder, a shoulder, a head, a shoulder. This creates a sub trend line, or however you want to categorize it. And that's being respected now, right? Once, twice. You see what I'm saying here? You see what I'm saying? Know what I mean? Now you can also look at this as a flag, right? We have a nice bull pole right here, and a descending triangle where the resistance is declining, and the support is staying steady or level. This could easily give us a chance to go higher from here, or if it fails, to come back down. And the same thing with the SPY. Easy moves down. Easy move. There's no steps. Imagine climbing the face of a cliff, and if you miss a step, you're going to fly right back down. But if you go up like a staircase and you miss a step, you just go back down to the previous step. So that's the difference. When you're creating levels, almost like we were talking about CRISP earlier, or CRISPR, sorry. CRISPR ran up, came and pulled back, created a level. Ran up, maybe a level here, then big run up, and then retested itself. And now it's creating another level. This is a healthy stock rising situation. It's not a spike, because every spike usually has immense pullbacks. The faster it goes up, the more inclined people are to look for it, to retracing it or coming back down. Coherent is one that's been talked about in our Discord. By the way, it's a free Discord. I had the link. No, I didn't post the link. All right, I'll post the link. But going around there, it's Coherent Corporation. I don't know much of the fundamentals, but a couple members in there were looking at the fundamentals, and they posted about it in the room. Technically, I'll shut off the extended right now. It's 9:04. We're going to have to get over to some prep work. But technically, we have a huge gap right here starting at 38. Once we get through that 38, that 45 is looking real nice, but we're still ranging in this area here. Down, up, down, not so much up, down, up, and now where do we go? Do we break out from here or we go back down? It looks like a pullback is imminent, I would say. It's more than maybe. It's more, I lean more towards the side of certainty. Just by looking at some of the indicators here, let's see a better one. Yeah, these all look okay. So I was just really leaning towards a pullback here, but I want to see it hold. If it holds this 32.86, then we have a good chance of making higher, because now we made a new higher low. That's all it really is. When you're looking at, when you want to try and find trends, you look at the lows and the highs. If you're making higher highs and higher lows, that's good. If you're making lower lows and lower highs, that's bad. If you do make a higher high, like right here, this is a high, we came down, not a new lower low. We stayed flat and level, but we made a new higher high. The next thing you're going to be wanting to look for is a new higher low, not a repeat of that low, or even worse, a lower low. We have a low, a higher high, and you want a higher low for a higher high, right? Good. Thank you for anyone checking us out here this early in the morning. I will, I think, cut out, or maybe just go all day. I'm not sure how this is going to go, to be honest with you. I had a lot of road work in the neighborhood yesterday, and the internet was atrocious. If it does happen like that today, then we'll just cut it out. But for now, we're rocking, we're rolling. All right, let's check around the chords. All right, I love it. Community, everyone pitching in. How many times does it take for the SPY to reach? People are getting a little frustrated with how the SPY has just run up and run up and run up some more. Everyone is looking for that pullback. This was the prediction back there. I'll move that over. This was the other weaker prediction that we used as a hedge down to there. And really, that's it. It's 9:07. We're getting closer to 9:30. Really, what I want to stress is you want to try and find your exits before your entries. So right now, I've kind of determined where an exit is on SPY. This would be my exit, just above the 440 mark. And we're going to get into how we can find confluence. Rather than just using traditional charts, we can use quantitative methods, such as Quant Trading App. Great tools right there. I mean, trade changes the way I trade. Can't imagine a day without it. It adds so much confluence to what I have already been trying to see on my charts. And then sometimes it just tells me, nope, your charts are wrong. Why don't you try and possibly look at this angle? And it does, and it's great. Let's just, I'm going to slide over the SPY on the Quant app. This is what it looks like before the market opens. The levels are already here for us. We have the absolute gexes, which is one of the strongest magnets, and I almost look at it as like the needle in the middle. It's either you're above the absolute gex or you're below it. Not to get confused with any other levels, but that's just how I personally look at it. And it is the beacon of the day, because it changes if something major happens. That was probably the wrong way to get into explaining absolute gex, and like I said, there's going to be a specific demo on it either tonight or tomorrow. So stay tuned, sports fans. But this is it. This is all QTA really is. You have levels, right? We have the previous volume range here and here. This is where it measures sentiment, essentially, from the previous day. This is the range where everyone was most interested in, and we're carrying that through the day, almost like setting your levels using the overnights, right? Every day when I would guest host for someone, they would come in, hey, what are the levels? What are the levels, Doc? Where are the levels? And I say, okay, let's just look at the overnights and the previous day, because if the overnight doesn't give us that much information, the previous day will. So the overnight right here is giving us a 453. Let's mark that off. And this is how we set up the day. 453.30. Biggie bam. The overnight, this was a high here. We'll mark it, but I also want to mark the high of yesterday, because that was of somewhat importance. Because as you can see, right here, that was a good rejection. Just ran up pretty much the whole morning, right into the afternoon, and then a nice rejection. It had a strong move. Volume picked up right down here. Volume picked up, and it tried to break through, and it didn't, and it got rejected hard, and it did not come back and try again. It failed through it. So I have a feeling that if the same sentiment in yesterday's morning exists today, we could retest that level of 455.50. So keep in mind that, and I'll make this one dashed, so we know that this is the overnight without having to double back. And this one I know is the overnight, but I'll dash that also because consistency is the key, man. Okay. How's the bandwidth? Let's check. That looks clear, crystal. And is the latency holding up? The other thing, I had this idea is that if I signed on before the rest of the world, we might have better latency. Obviously, that's ridiculous because the whole world does not operate on my time. But anyway, I wanted to get in here early and just kind of go over things in a vacuum, right? Without the hustle and the bustle of the trading day. And we have 19 minutes before the market opens. And let's just get back real quick with the QTA, which is now hidden. Bam. So right here, we have the SPY 0DT option volume chart. This gives you information such as the previous volume levels, the absolute gex, and call blocks. We'll get into that in the demo. If you're interested, hit me in the email right there, stockdoc2k@gmail.com. You'll be alerted when the demo starts. I know some of you were in our charting classes. This would add much confluence to that. And some of you are joining us from QTA, which is great. Definitely chime in anytime you have anything to share regarding QTA. I would absolutely love that. What's up, Matt? I took a few 183 shares of, what is that? SCO pre-market at 18.98. Now it's 19.48. I think it will rise to 20.55 before OPEC meeting tomorrow. Will consumer data drag Dow Jones, NASDAQ today? That's a great question. It's always, I mean, I would love to know if it's going to rain next Tuesday. We can use our tools and radars to kind of get an inkling on what it's going to do, but we have no idea what it's going to do. And on top of that, we don't have any idea what the market reaction will be, because just like earnings reports, you can, like NVIDIA had the best earnings, you know, almost every fifth quarter they have the best earnings they've ever had, and you can see 9 times out of 10 the market reaction has nothing to do with the earnings. So the way the data comes out and whether it's good or bad is one thing, and how the market reacts is even better. But let's check out what you got. SCO. Oh, is this a pro shares? SCO, right? Oh, okay. Definitely this is something, any of these pro shares or 3X or Direction, or I think it's just pronounced Direction, sorry, but you know what I'm talking about. Direction, I think they have Tesla and NVIDIA. These should be short term, and I think you're playing it just right. You got in 1898. Now it's 1948. I would consider taking profit. I mean, that's a 50-cent move that you got in what, maybe a few minutes? Or you bought it yesterday, I'm sorry. No, pre-market, okay. If here's a great rule of thumb. If you don't know, don't go. Meaning, if you've had success in trading this and there's a major catalyst coming up that could flip it up or down, consider not playing the up or down. I know it goes against all human instinct because, look at it this way. The number one betted football game in the entire season, entire year, is the Super Bowl. The worst game to bet on is the Super Bowl, right? Because it's two teams that don't normally play each other in totally different divisions with totally different styles, and the operations of the game are totally different. The halftime is longer, the whole energy of it is longer. They're a couple weeks on break. They've been doing, press releases and press conferences, whatever, all week. It's not a good barometer. You could be the best football picker in the world, but the Super Bowl is the worst game to bet on. Circling back to where I was talking about the catalyst, if you're betting on the outcome of an event or a catalyst, know that it's just that. It's betting on it. It's gambling, right? It's a total coin flip. No matter how much, feelings or gut feelings or instinct you have, or on top of that, how much data you have, or I know for a fact that the new interest rates are going to be 0.5%. You don't know for a fact, right? So keep that in mind. And if you've made money on it, take it. Take profit. There's no shame in taking profit, and no one ever went broke by taking profit either. So that's my 2 cents on that. I mean, if I were to say what would happen from that data dump, it would be irresponsible of me. And you could get right. I could get, I can nail it picking 1 out of 2, but it's just irresponsible. That's my, I gave you more than 2 cents. I gave you like 3 or 4 cents. I apologize on that. But thanks for the question, Matt. And definitely let me know what you do. And if it was me, I would at least trim. I do like to bet and gamble on certain events, but not as an investment. Investments are things that you're 100% confident about. Not 100% guaranteed outcome, but 100% confident. Meaning, I've seen the entry, I've seen the exit, and I've cycled through all my indicators, I've used all my tools, and I'm 100% confident about it, or as close to 100% as you can be. I always want to have a little bit of doubt. And when I get really super confident about something, I get scared, I get nervous. I'm like, what am I not seeing? Why am I so biased about it? So it's like a double-edged sword, but I know that's not the answer you wanted. I know, I'm sorry. Why don't you just tell me if it's going to go up or down? Sorry about that, but this is really the reality of it. There are people out there that can tell you, yeah, we're going to show you exactly how to bet on, how to gamble on this. They'll use the word play, but it's not. It's betting and gambling on an event. If you want to play an event, there's a way to do it using strangles and hedges. That's a whole other category and course. But if you're just betting on one way on the outcome of an event that's 50-50, realize that's what you're doing. It's okay to do, but just realize that it's gambling and use your risk accordingly. For instance, a firm at the end of the day for me was a gamble. I was holding 2 runners overnight. I think of a contract of 28 puts on the week. We got in somewhere right after this accumulation phase or the distribution phase, whatever you want to call it. As it started coming down, we made this flag right here. We had a pole and a bear flag right here. This was an entry. Came down. We tried to get it, and on the double touch is when I started taking a lot of profit. Left 2 runners just to see what would happen and held it overnight as a pure gamble because it was unknown what was going to happen tomorrow. I was thankful for this run-up because at the end of the night, right before they got cut off, it spiked up. And a lot of people would say, oh, great, that's it. A firm's going to be running to the moon. I liked this because during the overnight hours, we kind of reached this high. This is the only high that was kind of had me worried. 31 was going to be my entry. We didn't get there. We started coming back down. So I improvised, which you shouldn't do either, improvised in getting the put. So long story short, I'm holding it as a gamble, those two runners, not as an investment. The investment was to get out after profit. It's not all the profit you want to get, but it is profit, and it's the right time to get out. Circling back to your SEO, is this the right time to get out? We'd have to see when the market's open. What does it follow, by the way? It's ultra short on crude oil. Okay. Very cool. Very interesting to see what happens with that. And let's take a macro view. Okay. Okay. And what does like Oxy look like? How does the refined looking like? Nice level right here. So conversely, it should be on the top. Yeah, hard resistance. But that's ways above. That's a nice up to 30. So you got room. You have room to go on the SEO. But because of that data, it changes things. I don't know if we do this. There we go. So local resistance, 2074. After that, 2351, and then 28. I would say if you're gonna hold it and you want to see what happens, that one right there, 20. If you get into the 21 area, I would look for a retest. You broke these two levels right here. Break it, retest, go for higher. Go for higher. Be all you can be. Do it. Do it. No, I'm not telling you to do it. Sorry. I'm just being a weirdo. So we can get rid of this. That's expired. The affirm. Oh, here it is right here. Affirm $28 put. I like to place puts. What else can we clean up? CRISPR has been an awesome run. This one was called out in the Discord around 52. Pretty much, I think, after this pullback, and we came up. This is when we entered right here. I remember 52 was the number. I don't know if it was before or after this gap up, but we held it once it got into the 70s. We had this planned out. This purple line is resistance. That was profit-taking area. I actually switched to shares and started buying right around here. I did have a few shares running up, but I did play the options purely for this move. It was a timed move. That's why you switch to options. You don't have to always play options. You don't have to always play shares. There are times to play different ones. And to ascertain, is that a good one to use? To determine which one to use and for what, just think of it like this. Shares, you're buying shares, you tend to want to buy shares as an investment. You want to buy them and hold them for a longer period of time. If there's a move coming where you know, like Tesla's going to have a reaction, or Tesla Day. Let's say Tesla Day is going to be on Wednesday, and we know that there's going to be something happening on a reveal or something like that. You wait until the day of the reaction, and as the reaction is, you can kick in and buy, or you can play it beforehand with the hedging, as we discussed earlier. But that has to do with time. You want to take advantage of a movement in time. That's options. If you want to just take advantage of a good company that you believe is doing everything right, look to shares and options. You know, you can use options differently from what people think they are. Options were not intended for the crazy derivative market that we have today. They were actually they were created mostly for protection, right? Let's say you have 100,000 shares in Tesla. Tesla is a very volatile stock, and we want to protect our shares in case it goes below 200. You'll buy a $200 put, and that way, if it gets below 200, let's say it goes to $1, you're good. You have your puts in place, and what did I say? 100,000 shares. So that would be 1,000 contracts. Each contract's 100 shares, represents that. So you can then sell your shares for that $200 strike if you buy those puts. And that's what they're intended for. They're intended to work along with shares. Obviously, people have taken it to a whole new level with 0 DTE, which is 0 days to expiration, and day trading. But that's a lot of fun too. And just for a disclaimer, I'm never knocking any type of way of investing. People invest all different types of ways, and all of them, if it works for you, that's great. If it works for you, I invite you to share it. Share it with others and share your experience. All right. So now, let's see what can we do with QTA before. I don't want to pull up my. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to do it. With QTA, you can import. You can import the levels onto your trading view, onto your thinkorswim. So I'm just pulling up the trading view now. Oh, by the way, trading view is still having their Black Friday sale and Cyber Monday. There's a link to it in the description, and there's also an extra $15 off using that affiliate link. So even if there is no Black Friday sale, you get the $15 off. If there is a Black Friday sale, you get that $15 off. $15 off. That's going to be a callback for later in the day. $15 off. Scusi. All right. It's 5 minutes too. Let's take this time to reflect. No, just kidding. But let's really take a little while to take some time to get everything in order, and then we'll go on with the day. All right. 2 minutes to go. Hope you have everything in place. What you may be trading, what you're not. Take this time before market to have two different versions of what would happen. If this, then that, or if this, then that. Right? Two different ways to go. So if you're planning on, if you're real biased and you think, I think the SPY is going to go down according to all the information, and what I'm looking at, I think it's going to go down. Well, have a flip side, right? You always want to anticipate, never improvise. By the way, that's from the movie Killer. Great movie. It's a new David Fincher. Recommend seeing it. Oh, and I have a giveaway. I have a Prime Video giveaway for that. That's awesome. So just what I'm getting to, gotta get back to it. Stay unbiased, or if you are biased, realize that, and then see a complete opposite direction. So instead of thinking, oh, we might be going down, well, what if? What if we go up? How far up will we go? I think this might be a nice ceiling. If breaks this, then that. If hold this, then that. If hold this, then that. If break this, then that. Right? So just have a game plan of which way, where you're going to go next. And that cycles back to the QTA levels, which we'll get into once we get going, right? So, ding, ding, ding. Party has begun, 9:30 a.m. on November 28th, 2023, and we're going. We're rocking. I'm going to try and pull up some GEX feeds as they come in. I mapped out the advanced GEX for the next week, and it's all centered around 455, 456 mark, even up to 460. There's a lot of bullish people on the SPY. On the SPY. Keep in mind, this is a gap, right? We closed 454.48. So this, I don't know, 30 cents or so, that could be a gap move. Pull up to the previous close and come down, or retest this, which is the overnight low. And let's look on Tesla's first move. My theory is that Tesla has a first move of the day and then a second move. So the first move is usually a strong, fast move. Right here, we're on the 15-minute candle. We popped up to 238, and we got a little bit of rejection. We didn't map out the ranges of it, but look, it goes right to yesterday's high, just like we did on the SPY, right? We took the overnight low, and we took the yesterday's high. That's Tesla. Tesla ran up, touched it, and now we're looking to go a little lower. How much lower? The overnight low is right here, 235.46, but the yesterday low, it reached all the way down to 232.10. So keep that in mind. Let's see what the options look for at 235 on Tesla. If the puts, if we have broken this line, we'll get a nice tight at the money put, possibly. And keep in mind, this is all, what we're talking about here is not financial advice. Do not take anything I say as investment advice, but use it as a data point, right? Feel free to use it as a data point. If you take anything I do or follow it, make sure you do it in paper trading. So the overnight low wasn't touched, but it staying within the barrier. Going up now again to the yesterday's high. Maybe test that again. Let's get on the 5-minute just for this. That doesn't help much at all. How about the 1? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, this is why a lot of people hang back. Let's check on your SEO, Matt. SEO is down. Even it says down, but it's down from yesterday's close. So even though we have a few green bars here today, it's still down. It's not down from the opening, it's down from the close. That's how it's measured. So let's map that out. 1959. And that's where that's the high of the morning. That's where our level is. Affirm. Affirm. Overnight high. It would be nice for me personally if we ran up and just kiss this. Just mwah, and then see you later and come right back down. A kiss and fly. Because then we have this overnight low right down here at 27.85. We have a wide range here on the firm. Now, if I see it going down, I'm not going to add more risk. This is not something to add more risk on. A lot of people get this tendency to want to double down when they see a move. If it goes against them, and then they have an inkling that it might come back, they try to lower their average. They try to average down, and they essentially double down. They're throwing money into a wrong direction, and the thinking is that they're doing a good thing, but in just reality, they're just increasing their risk. So I'm going to leave my two runners. I'm not going to add to them as the firm tests out this lower overnight low. I hope that makes sense. What is on the data? What's coming out today? I know there's something at 10. Let's get up our handy market watch. What's at 10? Consumer confidence. Fed Governor Christopher Waller speaks. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. Wow, we got a lot of Feds. Feds everywhere. And then tomorrow, a couple more Feds. Yikes. PCE. PCE's later in the week. All right, a firm. We're going to follow a firm down just because we were talking about it pre-market. My options, the puts opened at 30% underwater, and now they're down to 3%. So keep that. This is a good reminder that pre-market is not a indication always of what will happen during the market, but it does map out the ranges. So yesterday on a firm, we had a bit of a dip down, and we found a low. I think it was just at 28.47, and then a rise into it. Came back up, tested new highs, and now during the market, we're going to start testing the new lows. I'm looking for this 27.85, and now my options are 12% in the money. No, not in the money, or up on the day. And what's the total? Total P&L is 13. So holding the runners turned out to be not a disaster, which is always good. Keep in mind, this is what I tell a lot of people, and it seems to be catching on. It's in a bad way. People don't like it. So we don't trade in the stock market to make money. We don't trade to make money. What we do first is we want to PYC, protect your capital. PYC all day long. Protect your capital. Missing out on a winning trade is not as bad as losing actual money. So I know it hurts. And sometimes I have the feeling that I'd rather watch money burn in front of me rather than miss out on an amazing run. But that's not economical sense. That's human instinct, right? The fear of missing out is FOMO. It's a real investable, bankable thing. You could see FOMO a lot on Tesla. When Tesla starts to gain a footing, especially when it's going up, it kicks into high gear, right? So just right here with this run up, a lot of people would think, oh God, here we go. Tesla's running to the moon. And then we'll go up and we'll see that next level hit real easy. And speaking of real easy, big red begets big green. So this big red bar, the next day we had this big green run up. Now we've kind of froze. We had this consolidation early in the week yesterday. And now we're trying to pick a direction. Is the direction up? I don't know, because we have this range right here at 238.50. So you see how that works? If you just look back, it will give you all the information you want to know. And thanks a lot for coming here, guys. Please, if you like any of this content, consider hitting the like. You know what? Don't consider it. Just hit the like. Takes 2 seconds. Hit the like and subscribe. And if you do want to hit the bell, you'll be notified next time we do it. And if you really want to be cool, like really like rock star level, share it. Share this link on social media or anywhere. That reminds me of an old commercial. You can find this in such stores as CVS, Walgreens, or wherever fine products are sold. But that would be super awesome. I always enjoy meeting new people. And right now, this is just shared with my QTA community and my students community, which, by the way, is oneononestocks.com. Website should be done by December 1st. I'm getting a little frustrated with it. All right, we were too much time on a firm. I apologize. Not that there's an overwhelming consensus for the SPY, but it is just the right thing to do. The right thing to do. I keep looking around. If you see me leaning, I'm looking around my camera for the time frame. Turn it up. Make some noise. So, regarding the SPY, we mapped out the low of the overnight, we mapped out the high, and we mapped out the previous day's high. This is our range for the day. Speaking of range for the day, we can then use Confluence and pop up the SPY on the QTA. This is, once again, the SPY 0DT option volume chart from Quant Trading App, and it refreshes itself every 5 minutes. You can turn that off if you like, and it creates different levels that you would not normally see in the technical arena, right? We can map off support and resistance lines all day like we just did, but what we can't really see on the charts are the quant end, right? The mathematical, where the most puts were, where the most calls were, where the most open interest is. All those calculations, all those mathematics are then displayed in a visual format right here. These are now, you can add them to your TradingView or Thinkorswim, and they pop up right in your chart. I'm having an issue with my TradingView. I'm actually in between two usernames. But let's see if I pull that up. Now let's save that for another time. But you can import them there. If not, you can just use the website. I'm on the website all the time anyway. That's why I just look at it. But you can match them up. So 453 is the put block. What do we have here? We have 453.30. That matches up. That's pretty good. And what's the high one here? 455 and 456. We have here 454.89 and 455.46. They're saying a 456, so I'm going to map that out right here. That way, I'm going to bring all my shoes and my glasses so I have them. Okay. Bingo. And I'll make that blue. This is the previous volume. And 454 is the previous volume, but we have surpassed that, I think, right? Yeah, we are below 454. So not to explain exactly how it works, again, if you are interested, come to the demo, but you want to just, when you break a level, you just look for the next level, right? Once we break this, we kind of hold for a retest, and now we're looking at the put block level down to 453. If the retest doesn't hold, we break back above, then we're looking at the 455, which is the absolute GEX and the max pain and the previous volume, call volume, sorry. That's all on the same level. That's confluence, right? This is a nice area of attraction and magnetism. So this, we're going to have to pay attention to. This level could be broken to the upside. And we'll mark that off at 454. And we'll make it green. Money, 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 money. Excuse me, I have a terrible cough. So what's another option? Another option is we go down, we test the overnight low, use that as support, and then use that for a move higher. I'm not invested in anything on the day just as yet. I'm waiting for that first move. Speaking of first move, let's check out the Tesla. Tesla, first move, all the way up. And this could be a beautiful I'm done for the day trade, right? You opened, if you were smart enough to get it at the overnight low, you got in, you got a call, and then you got out up here when you saw the turnaround. Then you're done for the day. If you're a mindful scalper, that's your move right there. And those are all levels on the quant chart. I'm going to pull that up on the side and then slide that over to Tesla. So instead of this being like a teaching trading session, I want this more to be just a live trading session. And then the demo, you'll see exactly how to use it, and then we'll apply it maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll do this again. If this works out well today, we'll do it again tomorrow. I'll try anything twice. I'm looking at the ES futures. That touched my low target almost of 445, 45, 75. Is that overnight? Was that midnight? Midnight. Oh, it was this morning, 8:25. Right about here? Yeah. That checks out. So, SPY. We did not reach all the way down here, but we still can. You know, this is still a work in progress. You don't want to scalp if you're not a scalper, right? You don't want to jump on a trade just because you see this big green bar. Oh, we're going to go up. Let's jump in. Unless you're planning on jumping in and jumping out, you want to wait for confirmation. You'd rather wait and miss out on 10 cents than to get in too early and lose 100. I'll have to work on that quote. It just kind of came out, but that's really what it is. You want to hold for certainty. You want to be certain with a little bit of doubt. Otherwise, if you have too much risk out there or too much unknown, you might as well just play roulette. That's really what it comes down to. What do we got here? Gatorade. Yeah, man. It's the Thirstade. How's my puts? So this is actually a chart of the actual put that I'm in. It follows it just like it would be a stock. Right? You have the highs here and the lows here. Obviously, it follows the underlying. It's not really tradable to look at it this way, but it's interesting. You can kind of... Okay, 77 was yesterday's. I don't remember taking profit in the 70s. That makes sense. I was waiting for that 100%. And that likens back to my first thing that I always say, don't have set goals because you'll trade differently. How much for the quant levels? I'll post a link right here. The monthly is 200, and I really suggest that for people that just want to get used to it. Really, the real economics is in the annual. Where is it? I'll post a link for it. You can make that back in one trade, but definitely feel free to check it out. I think there's a free look period a day if you get the monthly and 2 days on the annual. Really, that's all you need. The idea of Quant Trading App is more than just the charts, but there's so much data there. You can go back, you can back test anything, any type of trade that you had. Oh, here's it. Any major trade that you made in the near, even up to 2017 or as far back as 2017, you can back test it. There's data back there, I think on the SPY to 2015. But keep in mind, it's different before 2020. You want to focus on the data that's 2020 post 2020. Click on that link there. If actually, you know what? If as a thank you for coming here, use that use that code on checkout for the monthly. It'll drop it down to 140, which is almost the cost of having two weeks. You know, there's a weekly option, which I don't recommend. If anything, get the monthly. The monthly as a tester to grasp it when you're fully confident about it. And I'll make sure that you're confident. I'm always in chat, always holding demos, and then upgrade to the annual. But it's totally fine to go monthly. Mr. Webb, thank you so much for asking. That's a great question. Cool, man. Love it. Okay, cool. As soon as I said cool, man, I saw you type. Maybe it was psychosomatic. I also had a coffee this morning. I'm not a coffee drinker, so if I'm talking a little too fast, a little all over the place, that's the reason why. All right, Tesla. We had one move up. So big green begets big red. Exactly playing out here. Now I think it might be decision time for Tesla. When I say decision time, it's more of a direction for the day. This is just theory I'm working on. This is not anything that's published yet. But that's what I found in Tesla and trading it pretty much every day for the last 3 years. Or at least staring at the chart. And it's 100% true that each ticker has its own personality. It's totally true, except things like VIX or those direction pro ultras. Those are a little harder to get a vibe on. But things, especially Tesla, I say Tesla trades like retail traders do it. You'll see the difference. You'll see big runs and big drops a lot more on Tesla than you will in other places because people are in and out more on the retail. They react quicker. They don't see where the end is or the barriers are. They'll get out before the barriers hit. The barrier hits and it goes back the other way. And like, oh, why did I get out if it was going to turn around 2 seconds later? But anyway, so Tesla might be making a decision here. We ran up, touched the top of the trend or the top of the triangle, whichever one you want to look at depending on the time frame. And now we're heading down. Where? We look at our exits. Our exits just below 232. And what does the 232 put cost about right now? Let's check. Oh, you know, if you don't know, how about 1 second. Oh, everything is so slow. Every time I share, the bandwidth just gets worse. I live in New York, and I use I don't know if I should say the name because I'm going to talk very poorly about it, but it's one of the only ones available in Long Island, New York. And it's just gets more and more terrible. So let's take a look at the GEX on Tesla. I'm going to open this in a browser so we can see it. This is another tool. Sorry how bright that is. My face probably just lit up like I'm walked out into sunshine. The absolute GEX. This is what we were talking about earlier. This is like the beacon. This is has a high attraction rate. Where by attraction, I'm saying the price wants to gravitate toward it. Maybe not right away, but eventually it wants to. It also is lined up with the highest GEX, and this is positive GEX. Then what's over here? The call volume is also, the spot price is where the price is right now, or as of this screenshot. So the price wants to gravitate toward the higher GEX strikes and the absolute GEX, but at the same time, max pain, which is also a high attraction and a high support and resistance line, is a little lower, and that's at 230. We're right in the middle. But I can safely say that I don't know which way we're going to lean to first, but I can say that if we do hit max pain, expect then it to go to absolute gex. If we do the absolute gex first, I would then rethink and see where this positive gex lies. If this increases, then we might go up further. If this doesn't increase and this becomes a cliff, this becomes resistance and we will travel back down. I hope that makes sense. I just try to explain it real quickly because I want to get back to the action. Can I get some action from the back section? So I apologize. I didn't want this to be a teaching session. I just wanted this to be a live trading session and incorporate tools like QTA. So the first inkling would be, okay, 230, let's get our puts, which would be totally fine because right now 230 puts, or say 232, they're 345 for the expiring this week. Next week would be the safer expiration. It is Tuesday, so it is a few days away for Friday one. Next week is 590 and climbing. I'm not going to jump on this. I'm going to wait and see if this holds. If the 230 holds, I can then expect a rebound up to here. So it's going to look something like this. If we come down to here and touch it, we can expect something like that. If we come down to 230 and we break it, because this has been a nice support system for the last couple weeks or so. If we break it, should I use that trend line? I don't know where that's from. I'm going to use it anyway. Because all I'm looking for is a retest of this level. And if that holds, then we go down. And I'm just using the next level down, this 226 level. Two possibles. And that's all it is. That's really all trading is finding out the possible directions that could take place, and then waiting for the stock action or the price action to tell you that's what I'm doing. And then just jump on it. And a lot of people say, no, you have to know beforehand, and it's okay. Yeah, that works too, but you don't know what you don't know. Excuse me, hold on. Oh, right. It's amazing. Now that everything is over Zoom and online, there's hardly any calling out sick. I was working for an actual office before the pandemic, and when people were sick, they just got access to the internals in the office from their home computer. So it was like you couldn't say, "Oh man, boss, I'm feeling real sick today," and then go to the Mets game, unless you had a way to be typing while you're at the Mets game. Like, oh yeah, you're sick. You don't have to come in the office, but you still have to work. Crazy, man, crazy. Okay, Spy, coming up to the overnight low. This is going to be a similar play on Tesla, but wait. We have to adjust that. The overnight low is not the low. This is, that's so poor planning on my part. That is definitely rookie unprepping, no prep. And I bet you if I check the quant levels, it's there. Rookie mistake, Doc. Rookie. All right, Mr. Webb, you still here? If Mr. Webb, if you're still here, I'm gonna slide over and show you the inner workings, the inner sanctum of the Quant Trading App. Let me just see. There's a couple questions up here. I'm looking at the Quant Trading App. You're here. All right, cool. I'm gonna slide this over now. Yeah, I can tell Mr. Webb's getting excited. This is the Discord for Quant Trading App. I'm showing you this because it's more tools on the Discord that are easily accessible. So, for instance, this is the Tesla archive. we're just going to go right here to the SPY 0DTE. What this is showing you the GEX charts. And I'll explain exactly how you can trade with the GEX charts more thoroughly in a demo. But this is a feed. Every 15 minutes it's updated. And it gives you the GEX levels of the day. The red is the negative. The green is the positive. The higher the red negative GEX, the more volatility you'll have. Then you can use this right here. What are we on? We're looking at 453 and 454. And then a smaller one down to 452. We've surpassed this confluence level, the absolute and the max pain. So now I would think 453 is in play, and then also 452 level. So I marked this down here. Didn't even see this, but if I looked at QTA, I would have seen it. So getting back to that Discord, let me see. I think someone asked a question. Let's go down and just answer that real quick. This is the public chat. For sure. And this is the inner gold chat. Bryant leaves his notes here, and the income spreads. People post their option spreads because QTA is not. I'm going to be using a lot here on 0DTE and day trading, but the information is unreal, and this is how you use that information to do a little more multi-leg spreads. Like for instance, this person is doing a, where would it be right here? I can't even see it. You know why? I have my, let me pull it up on a bigger screen. Graph, net debit, 470, max loss. Okay. Yeah, so everyone pulls up their ideas right here and shares them, and Brian comments on them. Brian is, he is the creator of QTA and a user, and he wants to be known as a user. This isn't a guru site. This isn't somewhere where you have to sign on and wait for someone to give you the call for the day. What we do, and what my vision, and I share this with Brian, it's why I connect with him so well, is I don't want an infinite client, right? I want someone to, yeah, great for tools and using this is an infinite client, but I don't want an infinite reliance, right? I don't want infinite client reliance. That's a good one. So we want to teach, show you how to use tools, and in my case, how to educate and how to use charts and indicators and things like that. Then you share back, right? You share what you're doing well with it. You're using the tool to this advantage. You share that with others, and that's what community is all about in my head. Could have used a couple of different words. In my mind, that had to be better. In my head. It's in my head. Zombie. Every time I hear that song, I think of Taco Bell. Why? Because I'm a crazy person. No. The reason is because when I was waiting online, I remember this in high school, 9 times out of 10, when you're waiting in that queue, that song came on. And now every time I hear it, I think of tacos. So again, come for the stock market talk, stay for stupid stuff, like why the song Zombies reminds Doc of Taco Bell. And let's slide over to the Quant app. Actually, I'm going to wait for Jay to come in here. That's something specifically I wanted to show him. Hey, Mr. Webb, how is my overall video? Because on my preview, it's looking a bit glitchy. Is it steady? Is it clear? If you could, let me know. I appreciate you. Now we're getting in the mode. All right. Sorry. Excellent, Mr. Webb. Thank you, sir. You should see the preview I'm looking at. It doesn't look well, but I know that it always doesn't look well. So a lot of times, I liken back to when I was watching Trey Collins during the AMC run-up. And it was like watching a football game, right? It was exciting. It was jumping up and down. It was excitement. It was high run ups and severe downtrends. Trading isn't supposed to be like that. Someone a lot smarter than me back in my days at Morgan Stanley told me a board trader is a successful trader. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm sure that works out great. Fast forward 20 years, and it's holding true. If you're sitting here and you're patiently waiting for your target to come, it would be a lot more gratuitous in the long run. If you try to catch things in the move, you're gonna if you try to time the markets, it's gonna be tough without the proper tools. QTA solves that problem. QTA gives you what you don't normally see. All right, the firm has gone the other way. But we're still not going higher, right? Because we have the overnight high. To me, that would be a sign. If we break this, and I'm going to leave that out because it's really close to that line. If we break this, then that's a sign of going higher. I want to see a downtrend to this level here and consider moving all the way down down to here to 26. That's my goal. I'll put that down and I'm going to make it green. And then I'm going to investigate what that blue line is on the bottom. I almost made this blue because I said blue out loud. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy. And let's dash it. A little dash. Green for money, dashed for, I don't know. So what is that blue line? Previous resistance. Shot up, didn't hold. Shot up, didn't hold. Tested, shot up, didn't hold. When it finally broke, it came back and tested it the next day. And it came back up. Actually tested my trend line. Let's zoom out real fast. This is why I took puts on a firm. This is what triggered me to do it. Triggered. Upward trend line, upward channel. Holds a great possibility, I would say, for break to the downside. Up channels, break to the downside. Down channels, break to the upside. So now that we're at the top of this channel, or this trend, we could expect it to go to the bottom of the trend. And on top of that, we should expect it to break the trend. If it does decide to break it, this would be a good point to do it. So that's why I'm invested in downside on firm. And I just took this week to Friday. It was a small position. And to be honest, I wanted some money for Christmas presents. So I got a little greedy. Always, you want to go at least 2 weeks out. Because if I had gotten the next week, say here the 8th, and we reached my target here on this Friday, these would be worth more. I can actually hold them maybe into Monday or whatever, but the theta wouldn't have killed these things. I really want to move fast, and when that fast move happens, that's when I'm getting out of these. I'm not actually waiting for a particular target. I'm just waiting for a fast move toward it. Hope that makes sense. Mr. Webb, the quant levels can be ported over to the TV charts, or you always have to plot them? No. Yes. I mean, good question. I'll pull up the TV, and actually, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. I really want Jay, if you're in here, Jay, I said your name too many times right there. If you're in here, let me know. I'm going to show you both how to do it. But instead of showing you, I'm just showing you how to do it. I'll just show you the lines that are on here. These are the quant levels on the futures. These were imported. And all it is 2 clicks. You click on the website, it copies it. You click it here under get out of here. And you're ready to go. So for instance, let's pull up the daily. I didn't do today's yet. We'll do Tesla. So right here are the weekly. These are the weekly levels. These are my levels that I've added. I've added these net GEX, the GEX flip, the positive GEX, the ABS. Or no, is that... Those are my words, but they're on the levels. Interesting. This might be a double overlay. But what we haven't done, we haven't added the intraday. So we can do that right now. So first we're going to do open, new strategy, and I'll delete everything here. All this little garbage, delete that. Then we go over. That's not the right one. Where's my quant? Quant. So this is the Quant Trading App website. We'll go down to Trading View here. We click on weekly and intraday code here. And as that loads, we try and think of all the things we're thankful for this year. No, just kidding. And we'll have this right here. We have the weekly QTA levels and the intraday QTA levels. I already posted this. This comes out every Sunday at 5 o'clock when the futures markets open. It's always fun to have our Sunday meetings, and we already have the levels for the week already up. So for instance, did we want to just do this today? We click on this. Tells me copied. Cool. Minimize that. Come down right here. Control V. We post it in. We click save, and it's going to populate the wordage for us. Okay. We click save, and then we click add to chart. Bickety bam. The whole stage falls down. There you go. And then we have to zoom into the daily. Now we have our daily levels. These are different levels than we just saw on the zero option volume chart. Not the zero, the oval chart, sorry. These are quant levels. The other one is just more data. There's more data for the SPY and the Q because they're traded a lot more. There's more data the bigger sample size, the more information you can gather, right? So the more people that trade the SPY and the Qs, the more data we'll have. Tesla was also very highly traded, but we don't have that yet. And it's the site is always working on more and more and more. So I wouldn't be surprised if advancements come. But I mean, this is nothing to shake a stick at. These quant levels are awesome. So the gray is the midpoint. And yeah, again, I didn't want it to be a teaching one. I wanted to be a trading one, but you have to learn a little bit about it. The gray is the midpoint for the day. Then you'll have the red is the sell zone, and then on the bottom is the buy zone. Obviously, just what it means. Usually, if the price action gravitates toward here, we hit this buy zone. You can consider or maybe possibly get into a buying position, and it should track up nicely through the other levels. You play each level just like you would a support and resistance line. If it breaks, retests, look for the next level. If it finds resistance and gets rejected, look for the lower level. Just the same, but just it's levels that would normally not be seen by traditional charting. That's the best way I found to describe it, right? Because we have our highs and lows right here just from looking back, looking left. But these are levels of actual, interest, using open interest, using calls and puts, using the quantitative method. And the math is like my worst subject. And this is why it's helped me tremendously. Tremendously. Bum, 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 bum. So, back to SPY. I have a lot of other ones I wanted to look at. I wanted to keep an eye on Roku. Costco, not so much. The Qs, Carvana. That's like Carvana. It's always something I want to trade, but it's always, this is the call. Let's get rid of that. It's just this, I don't recommend trading Carvana. Roku, on the other hand, has gotten a little bit of a positive reaction lately. I wanted to see how much this would stay or change. I think, are we in open air? Oh. All right, first of all, this is on the weekly, just to give you a heads up. And all those levels we have now broken out of. That blue blinking dot is now the current price. So the next higher one would be the blue and the purple. And let's zoom in. The blue, it looks like we passed it. Hold on, auto again. No, that blue is not there. Tell me the purple is like 130 something. All right, that's not going to happen. Yeah, 113. And then, yeah, 139. All right. So a lot of room for Roku to go. I'm not going to backtrack. It's going to take forever because you're sharing and it goes so slow. Interesting open air opportunity on Roku. But I do think that coming and back testing this 96 level is a high probability. It's not that it's going to happen. It's just too high in my head to think of an upward direction unless it tells us. Unless it starts moving that way, then I'll think twice about it. But this is open for retest, so I'm not going to get into it. Do you get levels for all tickers or just certain tickers? There's a universe for QTA for sure. For the charts, how can I explain it? Let me pull up the chart and easily explain it. So on the charts that I showed you over here, you'll have the SPY and the Qs are the only ones right now that have the 0 DTE option volume. On the quant charts, I know what, and let's just cycle through what the quant levels do real quick. The quant charts have similar information, but it also has more. So when I say more, it has one of my favorite tools on it. My favorite tool is the 2-day VWAP. You could use that, just trade with that alone and trade with it how it's supposed to be traded with, and you'll be very successful. The quant levels, this is for SPY, you'll have the intraday ranges, right? Just like we were talking about earlier for the overnight highs and lows. The intraday ranges are just what they are. Just where the range for the day. It's not targets, it's not anything. Similarly, we have a buy zone and a sell zone. The 2-day VWAP is moving in between, and this is a poor example because it's such a flat stock. What about what was moving recently? So wait, let me first answer your question. I'm sorry. To easily switch over, you'll have these quick universe ones right here. These are the ones that are in the universe. They're usually like the top bunch of stocks. Now, to go a little further, you can go into options and advanced GEX. And then here, I mean, if you're into trading options, this is probably one of the coolest tools, aside from the 2-day VWAP, and I'll find a better example to show you the 2-day VWAP in a minute. But to fully answer your question, you can come down into the advanced GEX, and you can type in something like, what's an obscure one? We were just, okay, Coherent, C-O-H-R. Probably never heard of it, right? I haven't heard of it until a friend of mine, Ron, brought it up to me. It's Coherent Corporations. I'm not sure what they do, but we'll plug that in, and it's covered. It has the information, and it has the GEX. It just doesn't have the chart. So what do? You plot your own chart. It gives you the information right here. The strike with the most put open interest, and here's the absolute GEX. And then over here, the most negative GEX. Gives you all those, and then you can plot it just like I did on the Tesla chart right here. Those were those numbers. That's where I got them from, the positive GEX, the absolute. And then once you create a template, right, in your drawings, so look at my templates right here. You do it once. You do a template for the ABS, the advanced GEX, the call, doc default, okay, the GEX flip, all those, and you assign it a color and everything like that, and it takes seconds and minutes as opposed to looking up all this on an options chain. It would take a long time. So to answer your question, there's a lot more in the QTA universe than what is just at the top on the tip of the iceberg. But getting a little deeper into this area of the site right here, the coolest part about it is that you can create your own report. So it's like having, say you're an analyst for Morgan Stanley, and you have like 4 or 5 junior analysts. You have them at your beck and call, and you can just call them up and say, hey, you know what, Jason, I really want more information on Tesla specifically. You know, he's gonna say, oh well, okay, what do you want? You want to know where the information is for the next couple of weeks or the next month, or you know, here's the QTA report. You're like, no, I want to make my own individual report. I'm thinking of investing in Tesla towards the end of the year. So then we look over here and we can customize all these reports on what we want. So we can uncheck all and start from scratch. And we want to get into the end of the year. So we'll just select the dates that we're interested in up to the 29th and then click submit. It will then generate a report using the time frame you're looking at. It will give you the information that's pertinent to your specific investment window. And these are all the lines there. Then on top of that, all we do is scroll down and you got your own very personalized GEX chart, right? Unlike the feed that comes in every 15 minutes, that is for either 0DT or that expiration that day, that Friday. Here is your generated report. This is taking in the information for the rest of the year. And this lets you know where the positive GEX lies, how much negative GEX there is, and where the absolute GEX is. That's all, specific reporting to you. Then you can dive in deeper. You can get into the gamma exposure. There's just so much to go over and what's possible that when people want to, get a 30-minute demo, it's just nearly impossible to show everything that is possible with QTA. And just to let you know exactly how far back all this data goes, let's go on the open, high, low, close chart. First of all, okay, we're getting into it now. Let's just start. You start your day off. You turn your computer on, and here you go. This is the dashboard. You come in, and it shows you the sectors for the current day or the week. If it's before the bell, it's going to be what happened. Change from open. Here we go. Sorry, I got tongue-tied right there. This is the change from the open and how it shows the sectors. And the strongest stocks right here. But here is the top, individual stocks. And the last four are the Dow, the Russell, the Qs, and the SPY. But the charts are one thing. But then if you're into data, let's go with Tesla, stick with Tesla. We can click on here, the OHLC, which is the open, high, low, close tables. Here is where people use this data. And we have members that develop their own spreadsheets, their own programs. There are actually developers that are in there that use the QTA data to enhance what they're working on. And so for Tesla, we can use daily, weekly. You toggle the data. You can align it any way you want. But here's where I was talking about earlier. The data goes back for Tesla to 2018. So you can compile things. Like one of the examples that Brian was using was forgot exactly what it was. But if Tesla opens higher on Monday than it did on Friday, how often does it close even higher on that Friday? Just for instance, or by example, you can customize that, enter that information in there, and find your answer. So to say that there's, a plethora of information is really an understatement. So I'm sorry if that was a super long answer, but to circle back, there is a limit to what QTA covers, only for the fact that if it's not covered, there's not enough data for it. So you can't use this on crypto, right? We can't use this on penny stocks that have like 1 million in free float. We can only apply this to stocks that make the grade. You have to have a certain amount of sample size to get the data we want. Otherwise, the data will be useless. And then, I don't want to say exactly. Yet, in fact, I'm not going to say what other people do. That would be unfair of me. But if it's covered, it's because there's enough data to cover it. That's the long and short of it right there. Why are we still stuck on Roku? Sorry about that. We want the SPY. Oh, okay, perfect. Which ones do you trade, if you don't mind me asking? Not that it's actually super personal information, but I always like to stay with politeness. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. So it's like Tesla, NVIDIA, AOL, SPY, NVIDIA, and the Qs. Perfect. The top 3 out of the top 4. I trade SPY, NVIDIA, Qs, And SPY, Tesla, NVIDIA, and Qs. But I always like to go off on a little tangent. For instance, one of my friends now is obsessed with Walmart. He likes it because he had a really bad earnings, and he's trying to catch the falling knife to come back up, which is working out pretty good for him so far. I didn't mean to end it with an ominous thing right there. Mr. Webb, I think you're asking all the right questions. I really like it. A firm is broken over 30. Now, circling back, we are now at the overnight high. Yeah, it's working out pretty well for him. Let me send him an invite. What's going on in the Discord? All right, now I think after a few minutes, like we can check now the SPY 0 DTE. We've gotten a couple updates on that. We should have one or two new ones. The last one is at 10:15. A new one's coming out in 5 minutes. We are now below the absolute GEX and the max pain. We're at the same level. So this is a strong level. Keep that in mind, the 455. It's been a strong level, and it still is. But now we have this other action. We've gravitated now to the 454. The 453, you see how close they are? It's comparable, right? This is an easy move. Going to 452 would be a little rough because it's almost like a jump down on a cliff. So think of it like this would be easy to get to, or more possible than going to 452. And not just because it's 2 points away, it's because the GEX is almost, less than half of what it is over here in volume. So it's, yeah, this is close. That could be a possibility. So keep that in mind. And this is not 100% for how to determine exact price action. Use this in confluence with the levels and your charting. But it is good when you're trying to find the absolute GEX. They work like magnets. And now let's see where the SPY is. A firm, okay, you want to stay there. Stay there. Stay there, firm. Do it. Do it. So 453 I said was easy to get. Okay, and that matches up with the overnight low. But 454 was definitely touched. That was the highest GEX, and it happens to be the negative one. And now the absolute GEX and the max pain is at 455, and that's right up here. And now we'll see if that gravitates toward that 455. If I was playing this and not if I was actively trading and not demoing or showing you how to use something, this would be a good entry. We went down, we went to that 454 level, and we touched it. We did not keep going down to the 453. We started our way back up. And we have double confluence at the 455 range. That's how you really use the GEX charts. You can use them as ranges, as support and resistance lines, and as magnets. Scusi. All right, Chris, are you going to hold this level? No. Crisp is a gene editing company. I think it's like the one that it is the industry beacon, I guess, if you will. And it's been on a nice run. And it's leveling off. It's not pulling back. So this is becoming a little bit of a distribution. We're ranging. The more it ranges, the more anxiety I get about a drop down. What's up, Evan? You think you could boost your volume output? It's fine, but it's coming across. Oh, sure, man. How you like me now? So this. Oh, headphones. Uh-oh. I better watch what I better watch my P's. I don't want to pop in your ear. So let me know about the volume level now. And I'll actively try not coughing into the microphone, knowing that someone's wearing headphones. And I'll wait for you guys to let me know if that's louder or not. I can go a lot. I'm only at 50% because when I really get going in trading, the New York in me starts coming out, and I'll talk louder than you'll care to want. So be careful what you wish for. But yeah, that should do it. I raised it from, I think it was at like about 20, and I raised it up to 45. All right, SPY, where are we going? Are we going to go to 455 and knock off that confluence? Then we use our sub indicators. These are my trusted MACD and RSI. You guys have probably the first ones you've learned, first ones you harken back to. We're making a new high on the MACD, but the histogram is staying green. It's interesting. We could stay above the zero barrier, and I would like that. Retesting here. This is the 454 mark. We marked that off as green. I remember that was... Oh, man, I made it green for... I forgot why. Rewind and let me know. No, just kidding. Better? Excellent. Thank you, Evan. Feedback. It's what keeps everything moving. My P's and B's are okay. I have a little bit of a windscreen here. I think it's just for I don't. Yeah, actually no. This is good. It's not like a professional studio. I forgot what they call it. Pop or P. Anyway, come for the stock market techniques. Stay for audio BS. So this is looking kind of strong here. If we can break a new higher high, 455 is in target here. Now I'm buzzing. Uh-oh. All right, I lowered it here. I'm going to raise it up on the system. Hang on. How about now? Check, check, check. Oh, I see. Hang on, I'm going to do it like this. All right. I think, let's see, testing. Okay, that should be a little best. Oh, my volume was perfect. Now I'm buzzing. Oh, snap. I messed with a good thing. So I think maybe I was over-modulating when I turned it up. I turned it down on the main, and I increased it on the mic. If everything's terrible, I'll just go back to the beginning. I'm glad someone else can find humor in this. It's the technicals that get you. That's why I need someone in the technical department just to do all this, all. I have to focus on my craft, man. I gotta focus on the craft. How about now? Can you hear me now? So I'm checking the levels here. I'm in the green, so it's not over modulating, and I'm still at the 50-50 mark. So I know headphones and speakers. I can't imagine that when I was under Benzinga and I was guest hosting, there was 300, 350 people live, and to imagine that some other poor family was listening to my voice all day out from the speakers, I just felt terrible. It's not like I have the most soothing voice in the world either. So AMD 119, this was this a put? I didn't play this, but I marked it off on something, I guess just paper trading. I wouldn't call it paper trading actually, but it was just something I marked off as an interest. I cleared it up now? All right, we're on. So this is why I like AMD on the put side. It just looks bearish without even going into the technicals on it. Look at this. It looks like it just wants to come down. Then we look at the sub indicators, the MACD coming down, the price action going up. We're just looking at the tops right now. The tops of the RSI coming down from a super hot position, just under 80, coming down with a lot more room to go down. So once this price action kind of commits and we break this barrier right here at 117, it has a lot of room on the RSI and the MACD. The MACD is still in the bullish territory. The histogram's turning over to the bearish. That has a lot of room to go down too. So I like AMD to the downside. I marked off 1221. I think that's just arbitrary. 1215 is the monthly. I know that. So let's see if the trajectory works on it. And you know what? Let's bring up our QTA. And we can do that, the advanced GEX that we were just talking about. Let's go to the videotape. So we are now going to look at, this is cool. We're going to go to the advanced GEX. Even though this, I think AMD might have its own quant chart. We'll check on that. But I wanted to just reemphasize how to use, which I think is one of the, you're generating your own report. Think about that for a second. You can specifically get the area and dates that you're interested in. So AMD towards the end of the year. First of all, let's get AMD up. Now, I gather you can look at an option chain and you can look at every expiration. You can try and gather, okay, there's where, here, for instance, there's 310. Okay, that's the hot spot there. And we can just scroll down and get another one. But to generate something like as specific as this, I'm not sure where else you can get that. So what did I say, till 12/15? Let's just go to the end of the year, make it a full month. Man, I can't believe December's here. It literally, and I'm probably, everyone is getting sick of hearing this, but it literally felt like New Year's Eve was, for 2023, just happened. I still feel like 2023 is a new year, probably because the previous years moved so slow that this year just flew by. So now we have a specific generated report, right? And then these are giving us the levels where the absolute GEX is, where this is the most negative GEX, right? And this is the most positive GEX. So then we're developing our ranges. Down here is probably the most put open interest. We're getting this. This is the flip. This is where the GEX flip happens. This is specific to our area. And we're going to slide down, and this is the GEX chart specific to the area that we're interested in. The absolute GEX is at 120. The spot price is up here. There's a lot of call interest, a lot of positive GEX, I should say, on the higher side. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to gravitate towards that, but it is a possibility. The negative GEX is low, so that means the volatility is very low. It's not as exciting as I would want to, but maybe we can drill it down. Maybe we can just look towards the 15th like we wanted to and see if there's a difference. Maybe people are playing it for the monthly expiration, so we have to take that into account. I know the banks do it, so why don't we see the difference there? Absolute GEX is at 120. Let's just look at the chart, make it easy. Not much difference, right? Not much difference at all. But now let's see if it actually has, I'm taking a risk here saying that it does. I don't think AMD does, but there's a lot of stocks that are in the quant. Hey, look at what we have here. Look at what we have here. Biff. So there we go. AMD quant levels on the chart. 2-day VWAP. All right, now let me explain the 2-day VWAP. You know what? I'm going to save for them. I have a full slideshow on that perfectly just shows how to use the 2-day VWAP in trading. So stick around. Maybe we'll do that at lunchtime. How about that? I'll advertise it as a demo at lunchtime. I'm thinking. And that's dangerous. All right, I think AMD is on the road down. So much so, I might actually make a... Okay, there we go. We have a flag down, and now this little business happening here. Is that angling down? This may be a symmetrical triangle. We'll watch it as it develops, because it might be an ascending triangle, or just a flag, right? And maybe this. And it just told me, yeah, that's it exactly. So as I drew that, it bounced up to it. I don't think I have the same. Right? We have a pole and a flag. And now let's do confluence with Quant Trading App. What happened to my quant chart? I just had it up. So even though I am investing for a couple weeks out, you can use the immediate or the local quant charts to determine your entry, right? So right here, we have this flag, nice pole here and a flag. This would be the next stop, right? 120, we have the max pain, right? We know what that is. It's a magnet. It's also support and resistance. And we have confluence with the intraday range. So we have a double confluence here. We have this bear flag that could easily push us here, but do we see us going further down? That will have to be determined. So if we wanted to look for an entry for a couple weeks from now, we might just wait. We might wait to see what happens at max pain. And if we start defeating that, we can trade it. And then when we get to this level, if we don't break this level, hey, that's okay. We are in the profit anyway. And if this breaks and holds up, we can decide to maybe trim, take profit, whatever the case is. For me, what am I at? Where are we at? Let's take stock. Take stock, Doc. Hey, that's a good name, Stock Doc. I came up with that. So we're back testing. I came up with that on the fly, Stock Doc, for just a select group of people to email me, and it just kind of spread. I know it's kind of cheesy, but hey, it's memorable. It's memorable? No, it's memorable. It might be cheesy and annoying, but that's what we like. All right, so we're having resistance here, and let's see how that on the quant chart. 122 is the midpoint. Midpoint is up higher, 122.31, all the way up here. Let's get a line. You know what? Let's go to the intraday at what is this? 123 high, 120, maybe 124. I'll just post there for a second. Way up here. So if I would just have looked at this chart traditionally, just using everything I've learned from the institutions I worked at to the courses that I've taken, the people that I've studied under, I would think, okay, easy move. We are in that bear flag, easy move down to 117, or at least down to 118. But then looking at the quant chart, I saw that big max pain level, and just to refresh you guys, I saw this level right here at 120. So now I'm thinking, all right, let's wait for this level to take action. Rather than take action here, thinking on my traditional charts, this was an easy move down here. I didn't see the max pain and the intraday level. The quant charts showed them to me. So I decided not to take action, and now we have AMD going up the opposite way. Just a live example of how quant can help you with entries for a longer, or maybe a swing trade. It's not just for 0 DTE. Even if it was 0 DTE, we would still wait for that level. This is an old max pain level. I'm going to borrow that and make it up to 120. 120.08. It sounds good to me. No, 120. I'm sorry, max pain. 120.08 is the intraday. All right, now let's check the GEX on AMD, and I know we did that on another chart. You know what? Yes, sorry. Thinking out loud is not recommended. I'm going to pull up another window. Go to options, Advanced Gex. New tab. New tab, you say? And we're going to get the weekly just this week in the Advanced Gex. Our personalized report. I call it that. I like the sound of it. I think it's pretty cool that you can personalize a report. So it's not the technical term for it, but it is. It is really cool. So I'm doing this off screen so we can follow the action here. AMD is now crushing over that technical level of 121.78. So I'm going to uncheck all. Now let's do this so I can show you. What we do is we uncheck all, and I'm just going to highlight. Should I go 2 weeks? I'll go 2 weeks. This is just the 2 weeks. It's compiling the data, and now we scroll down, and now we see we have a huge Gex level at the 125. The absolute Gex is at 120, and we're right in the middle of it. A possible outcome is that the spot price gravitates up, knocks the door of this 125, and then comes right back down to the absolute Gex. Once this is satisfied, you'll see all the other strikes change. The absolute Gex might change. Things could change if we gravitate up to this high level. So we'll watch that. We'll keep that in mind. We'll use AMD as an example. How is the SPY doing? Let's check it out. Let me check it out on the other screen first. Oh, okay, main screen for the SPY. What dropped? Some kind of data, right? Weren't you talking about that earlier? The data, 11 o'clock. Well, this is actually the 10:30 candle. Let's drop it down to 5 minutes and see what happens. I always say that I don't need to know the why or anything. I trade the charts, and the why is for extracurricular, right? Something happened, something came out, or some announcement. It didn't affect Tesla, but the SPY definitely had a reaction to something. And it's a spike, but it's not. It doesn't change the flow of the river, right? We have a spike, but we still are using our levels. We have this level from yesterday's high that it ran right into. So it just made it get there quicker. We're still using the same levels. So a lot of mistakes that happen, especially with beginner traders, is that they'll see this spike and say, "That's it. There's world peace. Something huge is going on. Push all in on the SPY," without realizing that this level is here, that this level is right here, up 455.50, and it respected it. So the time is they must, getting in, or if they just wanted to beat this overnight high. Okay, we beat the overnight high. This is going to Mars. You got to look at your levels. And we'll pull up the SPY 0 DTE to see how that works in congruence. That would be on the charts. SPY 0 DTE. Now, this one is a different chart than the quants. And keep in mind, this one has more information, and this is on the SPYs and the Qs alone. Sorry about that. This refreshes every 5 minutes. I'll hit it refresh right now. I think it is the most up to date. But so now we have all these extra levels. Look on the right here. Look at all this confluence at 455. We have the previous call volume, the absolute Gex, the max pain, the today's call volume, the previous volume range, and then today's volume range, all at 455. If that is not a support and resistance or a true magnet, I'm not sure what is. And didn't we say 455? Wait for it, right? We said we come down. We didn't quite get to the overnight low. And I was saying if you were trading 0 DTE, this would be a good bet that we're going to be traveling up to 455. If you're just tuning in, rewind earlier. That's what we said, and we said we'd check back with it. So if that was our goal, using the quant levels that we just looked at, that would be our goal, and we'd be out. And if we had enough confidence and we used the quant trading app tools, we're comfortable with them and we're using them for, at least, some time getting comfortable with it, that would be our move for the day. That would be our move for the day. We made a full point, right? 453.80 up to 455.30, give or take 20 cents to get in here. A full point move. If you have confidence in it and you have enough backing behind it, you can be done for the day. That's how the people I know that scalp and trade like hardcore day trading, that's how they do it. They wait for that one move that they have the highest confidence in. They go for it, and then they get out and they go put their toes in grass. They play ball with their kids during the summer when they're off. They enjoy their life, and that is what Quant Trading App was designed for. Bryant, the creator, he loves trading stocks, and he's good at it. He's very good at it. But he's waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning. He's putting all this stuff together. He's examining all these things. He created this to cut that time frame out, to be able to look at it at a glance, know that, okay, just like we did earlier, SPY, right? Okay, well, look, if I was playing 0 TD, I think this would be a good line. Maybe that was the green money line. That's where it came from. We broke it, came back and tested it, flew up. And how does that relate to on the chart? The 0 DTE volume chart. And I got to adjust that setting. Every time I drag something over, it goes in. So we broke it, we kind of retouched it, and we went higher. Now, this is going to be a good example. Let's pull up how the SPY looks on the regular quant levels. Because remember, that is the oval chart. Now, on the quant, the 2-day VWAP has come into play. And barring the demo that I'm going to show you guys later, to trade live with it is if you're on the south side of it, you tend to want to stay on the south side. If you break that side, you want to look for a retest of it, and that is a great indication with a break and a retest and room higher. Like if this midpoint wasn't here and we broke this, came back and tested it, I would say easily 456 is definitely a possibility. The midpoint, though, was right there, and it's been respected pretty well. But, I mean, all the levels are here. Now, going back to my traditional charts, we mapped out, and it took us some time to do it, right? This morning, we mapped out the overnight highs. We mapped out the yesterday's high. We mapped out the overnight lows. Then I put in a money line where I think we should invest into. All those lines are on the charts already that we just showed you. I still like to do it like this because I'm teaching people from square one, just entering trading in the market. So this is important stuff to know. I'm not saying ditch all your traditional charting, but use this and have the confluence and the confirmation aspect with the quantitative tools. Simple as that. Now we're going back and we're retesting this level here. And that's the 455. Is that the mid? No, that's not the midpoint. It's 450, 454.89. Oh, this is matching up with the 2-day VWAP. So when this, I'll refresh it and see. This might be a good lesson on the 2-day VWAP. Close. There's a better way to show it, though. So we're going on 11 o'clock. And again, thank you guys. Welcome. My name is Doc. We're going over live trading. We're using QTA tools. If you're here, do me a favor, hit the like button. It helps out with the algorithms, is from what I hear. And what's interesting, fun fact is the best thing that helps out videos is the comment section. So people commenting and having conversations in between, YouTube loves that. Not saying that's what you guys should do. If you like and subscribe, that's more than helping me out. Sorry. So we spiked up. We ran into that 455 level that we marked off, and now we're back testing the overnight high as well as it looks like just about the 2-day VWAP range on the QTA. So you see that? So the 2-day VWAP is the thick gray line. The skinny gray line is your regular VWAP that's anchored to the day. The 2-day VWAP is anchored for today and the day before. this is a poor example because yesterday we just was a straight line. Today, we're having some movement. Tomorrow will be even more exciting because it's going to use today's data and tomorrow's for that 2D VWAP. So tune in tomorrow. I think I'm going to do this again tomorrow. It depends on how today goes. But definitely, if you subscribe, hit the bell. Hit the bell, you'll be notified. And I don't put out notifications all the time, so it's not going to be like a spam thing. So that's pretty interesting. Let's hit refresh one more time before we flip back. So if you have a double monitor system going on, I added a fourth monitor just to have my QTA stuff on it. I teach a lot, so having a third monitor helps. But now that I have QTA always on the reference, it helps just to have a dedicated monitor. You don't need it though. Don't make that like, oh shucks, I don't have 5 monitors. I can't use QTA. That's a poor description on my part, or a poor linkage. I mean, if you have one of the most skilled day traders in the world, you give him a 1999 laptop, he'll be able to make some good trades. He won't be comfortable with it. He'll rather his cockpit or his setup at home, but he'll be able to spot just the same things with an old laptop. So we hit this target 455, and what was I saying on the GEX? Let's pull that up again. Confluence, man, confluence. Let's check it out on the Discord. Let's, hold on a second, sorry. If I did this right, I would have planned this for a future date, promoted it, and I have, plenty of prospects and people I've been talking to over the years that would be interested in this. But this was on the whim. It was early in the morning. Let's do it. And this is also a build-up. So I guess, I guess tomorrow, we'll have to do it tomorrow. I think we're going to have to. It just seems right. No. What was I? Oh, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. We want to find the GEX. The GEX. On 0 day to A. On the pie. And I'm going to pull it over so we see the feed live here. This is the GEX feed, and we'll go back a few bars here. Lots of negative GEX. Not much change here. Now we have a little bit of a change. This negative GEX looks like it dropped. The negative GEX here, what does that say? 140? 140 there. The very following one, down to 100. So the negative GEX is decreasing. And that means the volatility is decreasing. That just, that just harkens back to what the market makers try to do. And a lot of people, I've been saying this a lot, and I've heard Bryant say it once, and it's so true, that a lot of people, we have this misconception that the market makers are out to get us. That all they want to do is just take money from everyone's pockets. And whether or not that to be true, you can believe that, and that's fine. But the idea with the market makers, their true intentions, what they need to do is create a liquid market. They want to make it so that if you want to get rid of something, there's always going to be someone there to pick up the phone, and not going to be the exact price or deal that you want, but there's going to be a deal available to you. They'll do that, and then they'll find someone else for the other side of that. In the meantime, it's left open interest. It's on the books. They need to get it filled. This is where gamma exposure really comes in, because gamma exposure, and I've read the definition 1,000 times, and I remember getting quizzed on it 20 years ago, but it's how it rates the change of the underlying per dollar movement, or how much energy it takes to get there. The simple fact is that the way I like to explain it is, if you have a high amount of GEX in an area that kind of stands out. This one is not a perfect example, but okay, it's like, so for instance, right here, this is a GEX that stood out. We can even use an early one as an example. This stood out, that 454, right? It was standing out. It was calling for the price action to get there. And did we get there? Yeah, we did, and we went 20 cents below it. Once that's reached, okay, we've done it. We've reached that level. We've filled the orders that were on the books, so to speak, and now we're free to move about the cabin. That's not exactly how it works, but it's a good way to understand of how the price action moves, or an analogy, so to speak, right? So once we reached that level, we then wanted to look at where the confluence was, where the price really wanted to move, and that was the 455. So once we satisfied that 454, that dollar move up was the move that we were looking into. And it did. And now we're having this flag situation here, which leads me to believe that it's trying to make a leg up higher. That's using just pure instinct. Now we're going to try and look at, well, first of all, let's look at the charts, right? And we'll start with the quant, because I have it up. And we're going to refresh it. And where are we going, right? If we go higher, where are we going to go? We go to the next level. So we're at the midpoint right now, which is the dashed gray line. The next level is the intraday, which is the 456. And here's the 2-day VWAP coming in. We broke it from the south side to the north side, came back and tested it. This, to me, is one of the greatest signals of an entry that there is. A break of the 2-day VWAP, a comeback, and a testing of it. We should see a next level higher. The midpoint now is so close to it that this is also resistance. So we have support and resistance here. If we break this, this then becomes support. And this is going to be a strong support, because look back. It's all been, tested. We haven't broken it yet. Once this does break, we come back and we touch it. That's going to be a nice indication for a move higher. We'll see how it plays out. Oh, sorry about that, Evan. I told you I was going to... Hold on. Okay. It's getting hot in here. I might be the only person... Oh, it's getting a little dark. Is it creepy to look at? I like it. I like it. I like trading in the dark room. I have my monitors. That's enough light for me. I might be the only person in New York that has their guest room air conditioner in the window still. I love it. It gets hot in here. I have lots of monitors, lots of equipment. This is the banter. This is the trick to trading live, is that you can't always have the greatest action. So in between, you have to fill it with complete manure. And thank you for your support. The Affirm puts I was in are now down 66%. Those two runners I left overnight. And we were talking in the morning that it was, I think it was, for at one point it was up 30%, or was it 13? Looking back. Yes, it is a script. I have TOS on here, but I don't like using it. But just to show you how that would work, you simply you go right here, just like we did for TradingView. It's the same business. It gets processed every Sunday night for the weeklies, and then every morning for the intraday. You just click it and go over. If you need a little help, there's an installation guide right above it. It gives you a step-by-step guide on how to do it. It's all in the studies button. It's pretty much turnkey. Is that the right? I've heard that a lot in marketing. Turnkey. It means it's a turnkey business. Yeah. Okay, Qs. I know, Mr. Webb, you saying you like to trade the Qs too. This is new. We have the Qs on the oval chart. What's the difference from the levels? You got this little heart thing in the way. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that, but from the free. Oh, the free levels on the public side. I think that's to do with volume profile, if I'm not mistaken. Anything on the free side is good. It's a value, but it's totally different. I know that there's alerts on the free side, and just to do a comparison of that, I'll pull up the Discord again. So on the free side, you'll have these QTA Publix alerts. These are just kind of letting you know the updates of the intraday script. I don't know if I want to install this, but so short answer is I'm not familiar with I'm not familiar with what the free side gets in the script. I kind of I should probably get a little more invested in that. I apologize. That's my fault. But definitely there is more on the gold side than you'll ever need in it. So sorry, cable guys here. Working on a system that's being recorded. Internet keeps going on and off. Cool. Yeah, Jay, if you're listening, you can ask it wherever you want. And why did I get randomly caps locked there? I hate that. Dedicated demo. Okay, so one more thing I want to show you in the Discord. You got those alerts there. This is a cool one here. You got the 2 sigma alerts, and I'm going to explain that in the demo. Rather to get into that right now would be a little too much. But these pop up, and they show you the confidence levels and everything. So here, Roku, it's at resistance 2 sigma, 78%. That's very high. So what they're saying here is that it's at a resistance of the 2 sigma, which is the outlier. And again, I'll explain exactly how that works, but let's just check that out. So in other words, it's saying it's at resistance and that we should think or expect it to come down. Obviously, that Roku, we just looked at it. It was running hard for the last couple days, I guess. So maybe broke through the 2 sigma twice, and that's where that alert comes from. Sorry, but we going to 459, 456 possible. Ask me in live chat. We're following it live and using QTA. So we had this nice pole here, and now we have this ascending triangle. And if we want to get a little more visual on it, we'll drop down to the 1 minute, and you can see it right here. think I'm trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Right? It doesn't work like that. But we actually have support here. When it broke, it didn't like it, came screaming right back in, and we're holding up, and we're testing this level. I want to move this level down, but I don't. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to borrow it. Just going to borrow it just for a little bit. Seems like a lot to digest, but my goal is to enter every trade with zero concerns. Yeah, absolutely. You want to have, and I say to people, I'm like, if you don't know, don't go. And I hear this, and it drives me, I want to rip my hair out. When I hear people say, I threw $100 on Tesla, let's hope it gets to, 245. And it drives me crazy. I'm like, why would you just throw money on and hope it works out? That's betting. That's gambling. You might as well just play black or red on roulette. That's the same exact way. When you enter a trade, you have so many tools at your disposal that you can cycle through to get confluence, to get confirmation, to get an opposite view of what you're looking at. And on top of that, you don't have to play. You can wait. If you're not 100% confident about something, the market's going to be open tomorrow, unless it's a Friday or Thanksgiving or war, whatever, God forbid, the market's going to be here. So I say, and it's a line that's kind of weird, but I say you wait for a trade to walk up to you, smack you in the face, and say, take me now. Then you take the trade. You want to be convinced by yourself that this is the right trade. If you're not 100% sure, why take it? No one's forcing you to bet on the Giants on Sunday. You can not bet, right? Same thing with the market. If you don't like what you see, you don't have to get into it. If you don't know, don't go. But I agree with you 100%. Earlier with AMD, I was like, oh, this looks good. We have a bear pole and a flag. I started cycling through other things. I used the QTA, I used the max pain, I used the intraday range, I used the advanced GEX. We did the 2 weeks out, we did the rest of the year. All that gave me different information that AMD was just going to go straight down right then. So you hold back, you use everything. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Webb? You get it. But for real, there's no rush. There's no one with a weapon to the back of your head saying, you choose trade and you do it now. I left that accent ambiguous as to not create any type of stereotype. But I agree with you 100%. And I found that QTA gives me the most confidence I've had because I've gone through every indicator, and I teach every indicator. Hoping Quant paints a picture for parts I'm missing. It definitely will. I'm confident to say that it will give you parts that you were never aware of, right? It will give you more confirmation. That I'm not going to say guarantee, but I can be sure of. The way you use it is up to you because keep in mind, this is a tool, right? You can show someone how to use the payloaders, right? That dig holes and do other stuff, whatever. You can show someone how to use it, but then there's some other guy out there that can play chess with it or can paint a house with it. They can do exceptional things. It's the same tool. They just use it exceptionally. So keep that in mind, right? QTA is you get everything out of it from what you put in. And then you have, weirdos like me that do demos and that do live trading and to show it. It's just because I don't want to sound like I'm trying to paint like a picture of a beautiful birthday cake, and it just sounds like so many other people that are out there demonstrating tools and demonstrating communities. But this is not a guru community. This is not someone you have to rely on and get their opinion on it because everyone is biased. People are biased. Even the greatest traders, Warren Buffett is probably biased on something, and he knows it. QTA is not biased. QTA is cold, hard, deadpan math and facts. It shows us open interest. It shows us where the calls and puts are, where the sentiment is by using the volume range. It gives us stuff. And for me, that's been using charts for, when I first learned it 20 years ago at Morgan Stanley, up till actively trading, in 2020, I've been using traditional charts and perfecting my craft. With QTA, it gives me stuff that I would never see on charting a regular ticker. And I hope that has come full circle. So here we are, right? We have this pole, we have this ascending triangle, all the business that, we've learned over the times of courses and institutions that we've been a part of, whatever the case is, all good. But when we use the levels of Quant Trading App, we get confirmation. So now we can overlay this on what we had, the 455 level, right? I think I've said that 455 level 1,000 times today. So we have this pushing. We have the increasing support. We have this steady, steadfast resistance level. All signs are pointing for a breakout to the next level. The next level I marked off is 456. I think that was a quant level. That's why I made it blue. Let's just double check. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. All right, I'm going to pull up the SPY 0 DTE old vol chart. And there we go. I'm going to try and keep it side by side. And you know what? Let's do this just for kicks. How's that? How you like me now? So the 456, the blue line. 456, the blue line. This is the previous volume. This is the sentiment. Excuse me, the sentiment from yesterday. This is where everyone's action and interest was yesterday, between 456 and 454. This sounds about right because look at yesterday. Yesterday was all straight in range day, even the day before that and the day before that. We are due for a breakout one way or the other. If we looked at this on a bigger chart, we would see that the price action came in and started rounding off at the tops around 455 and 456, and that the charts look like it's going to come back down. But when we look at the quant information, it tells us a different story, right? It tells us something different than when what we see. If I was just trading by charts, my bias would be, let's get full now. Let's get full. Look on the daily, and you tell me I'm going to shut all my business off, shut off the high beams. I mean, you would say, oh, okay, pullback is definitely, it has to. You have to get a pullback. And there's a couple of experienced traders that I've heard their, YouTubes recently. They're all saying pullback has to come. Pullback has to come. Nothing has to. Well, I don't know if they said has to. I shouldn't say. I'm not commenting on what they said. But people are feeling like a pullback is expected. So nothing has to come. The stock market, it's going to do what it do, baby. It's going to do what it do. So we just have to play along with it. And a good analogy that I heard from a previous community was like, we are like the, I think they're called Gamoras. We are like the fish in the sea that hang around the sharks. The sharks are the institutions. The sharks move the market. No matter what anyone tells you, no matter what anyone thinks, it's the AMC crowd. Yeah, we took down the banks. That happened. That happened once, and it's gonna. My father hung me on a hook once. Not for real. It's from a movie. But they move the markets. We can't figure out a way to move the markets ourselves. We have to move with them. So when the sharks eat, we come in and we figure out how to eat as well. That analogy took a lot longer to make it come back. I apologize for that. The idea is that it can go wherever it wants to go. We can't force it to go that way. We can join these pre-market groups and cheer, yeah, SPY to the moon, baby, SPY to 460 today. Definitely, yeah. We can get everyone on board in that community, all riled up, and everyone can think, oh, yeah, we're going to 460 today. Market doesn't care. The market does not care what we think, what our goals are. It does not care about your goals. And that's why I teach that you don't set goals. Because if we had $150, let's say I want to make $150 a day. I want to day trade. My goal is 150. Well, guess what? What if it's 330 and you're in profit at $141? You might start making strange trade decisions or strategies to get that goal. And you'll end up possibly getting less profit or losing everything. If you set a risk limit for the day, say if I want to risk 150 and I'll take whatever the market gives me, you'll do a lot better in the long run. So if you aim for base hits, home runs will come. But if you aim for home runs, you only get strikeouts or the occasional home run. And that one home run does not make up for all the strikeouts. But if you get base hits, hey, a home run, it's just gravy on top. All right, let's turn back on the levels here and see what we're working with. So again, let's revisit this. If we break, where's the next level to go? 456. Okay, that's a little pedestrian. That's not really a move for me. The move that I liked was that breakout right down here up to the 455 level. If this breaks out, where do we go? 456, 456.5. We're going to check the traditional charts first. And I think that would be we're working on a new high in SPY. Wow. So we could be live trading during a SPY breakout. Let that sink in for a minute. What's the 467? Is that the 52 week? 459. Oh, this might have came overnight or something. Dude, no, or was that prior than 52 weeks? No, that was more than a year ago, wasn't it? Anyway, we're getting into semantics right now. Where could it go after this? All right, let's bring in charting. This will give me an outlook of where it could go despite the other high, 450. Let's just call this 458. All right, so 458 is possible. Above that is also possible, but realistically, that would be a ceiling to think about. Hang on. $458. All right. Now, again, I'm not saying it's going to go there, but I'm just looking at the possibilities. We want to anticipate, not improvise. So we want to know what's not the worst or best, but the most extreme that could happen. The most extreme is that it just breaks through that 458 and goes to new levels. But realistically, 458 would be the ceiling. I think actually more realistically, 456.38. Now we'll pull up the Quant to get a better look at it. And I'll go to the Quant Trading App Discord site. And we'll go to the SPY 0 DTE. And then I'm going to look at the SPY weekly also. That's another feed that comes in. All these are feeds. All these are live feeds. So here we have, let's make this bigger. Okay, thanks for opening up on the half screen. Appreciate that. Oh, see, that kind of works. No. Yeah, now we're talking. 454. Remember that one? That negative gex? That's still there. That's still a possibility of no, I think because we reached it already. Yeah. Okay, well this is new. That's what we can say, right? Let's collapse this again and go back to the feed. That's a lot higher than it was. Let's see. Double check. This is about 90. And is this new higher? No. Just about 90. All right, but still 457. I kind of like it to 457 because these are matching. That's a really strong level, 456 and 457. All right, so let's mark that off and then see if we can possibly trade a breakout here. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. So it's all banking on if this breaks out. If we have a breakout, you want to see a back test or a retest, right? We break out, we come back and test it, go higher. And just to visualize that, a breakout and somewhere, I can't look left. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. You know, you want to see something like that for Potential to go higher. I keep reading your comment, Mr. Webb, and I want to replace the word hoping to will. 100% will. Yeah, if it will give you pieces to a puzzle that you didn't know you needed. Yeah, okay, here it is. You know, like when in playing video games days, you had the video game, you really liked it, and then there was like cheat codes. Cheat codes is the quant trading app. You're already good at the game, and this just makes it a lot better. So we have the breakout here on SPY. And what did I say the levels were? I didn't mark them off. 456 and 457. 456 is marked off. And I'm going to move this one. I'll look back and double check, but. So there's the breakout. And normally I would go in right here. I want to get in. Now, if I was live trading, I would get in only 20% here, wait for the retest, get in another 40 or so percent, and then build a position. You don't want to just go all in one shot. Now we're coming back and we're going to test it. This would be an area, if this holds, this would be a possible entry. I don't want to say this is an entry or whatever. And we're all talking about paper trading, by the way. Disclaimers. You know, I'm licensed and insured to talk about and sell insurance, but I am not licensed and insured to give pure financial advice. I can teach you everything, how to use tools, which is totally fine, but I can't tell you when to go in and out. And I don't think I would be. I would never be comfortable with doing that for someone else. Like family is different, but even with family, I get stressed. Like family, I mean like close friends and stuff. I give them advice. I'm watching that ticker more than my own plays. And it's usually always people just want to hear, hey, what's good? Give me a ticker. And it's not the case. It's not the case. It's not like well, there might be that case because if it's insider knowledge, which is illegal. But the idea is that you want to get a general sense of the market and time your entry, or not time it, but strategize it at least. You know, wait for a level, trade on that level. Don't trade into a level. So earlier back here, we called for the 455 up. After that happened, even if we thought, hey, we're going to go higher, we wouldn't invest here. We would wait for this breakout, possibly a retest for a goal higher. So 456 calls on 0 DTE today are 34 cents. Let's just mark that off. And then we can let's check back later. 456 calls are, now they're 33 cents. No, 32. I want to get it right at the right at this level. A bounce off that level, it's probably going to cheat. It's probably like 29 cents. But you can build a position, right? Get one contract here in the breakout. That way, if it doesn't come back and retest, you'll have one at a discount. If it does come back and retest, that's fine. You'll just pick up more at that same price. But if we then never came back to test it, at least we have our entry already. Scaling in. Scaling in is the name of the game. You like cheat codes? Yeah, I remember, I don't know how your age, but, and I'm going to be giving you mine, but Akari Warriors, that was the game that everyone had to have a cheat code to use. It gave you like 50 lives and unlimited ammo or something like that. And I think it was the classic. It was up, down, left, right, BA, select, start. I might be off, but it used those buttons. Maybe not in that, maybe not in that order, but. All right, let's drop down to the minute. Let's see where okay, now this is a flag right here. The back test is still open. Mr. Webb knows what I'm talking about. I love it. This is interesting because I'm all about divergence. And this is the case where divergence, instead of being a prediction of where it's going, is almost like an arrow, a bow and arrow being pulled back. This is recharging, right? We ran up with it and the stock went higher, but the MACD came back down. And it's just like charging a bow and arrow, like you're pulling back to finally be released. And you couple that with volume, and that gives you the breakout, right? The volume drips down, the MACD drips down, and then the volume comes piercing in right at the right moment and pushes us over the ledge. Then we have this back test here. Everything's working out pretty nice. Pretty nice. I go down to the 1 minute and sometimes even the 15-second. Poorly placed web camera, but it's going to have to stay for now. So this is the 15-second. You don't trade on it, but it's good to get a little information there. So now we can see, obviously, we have a flag and, a bull pole and a bull flag. And this is looking pretty good. Again, the charging of the MACD, the lowering of the volume, and then you see a volume spike and a breakout. That could take us higher. It's almost like they're listening to me. All right, let's get back to the minute. In a minute. That's an obscure reference, if you get that one. That had to do with Saturday morning cartoons, which is a non-existent thing anymore. It's crazy. I mean, Saturdays, I was like, you would look forward to it. I would set my alarm to wake up in early because I thought all the cool cartoons were in the morning. They weren't. The obscure ones were early. I think we have a breakout. Yes? Back down to 15 for a second. You see how that volume? See? Exactly what we were saying. The MACD was charging, the volume dripped down, a blast of volume. The MACD follows along, pushes up, high trend signaling here, the width. Everything was textbook. Now we can go back to the 5. I did place an order right where we were talking about. I had set my limit a little low, expecting a more of a back test, but the momentum was just too strong. The back test, I mean, maybe you could technically say that it might have happened, but it just stalled. There's just so much momentum. And I didn't get filled at that 32. I think I got filled at 49 something. All paper trading, by the way. We don't talk real money around here. Oh, yeah, how's the SEO? Oh, gosh. Yeah. That's unfortunate. But is this where the bottom is? Yeah, look at that. That's where support is. Right there. Catch a falling knife. Perhaps. firm is getting crushed, but the SPY is working out good. All right, and now let's check on our quant chart. We're going to hit refresh. And watch where we're at. We should be at the intraday level. That's our next contender. 456.35 to 456.47. Break this. You break at this. We have a nice open area. The good thing is we're looking at the SPY. We're using the SPY on the quant chart. The good thing is the SPY also has the 0DT option volume chart or the OVAL chart. This gives us more information. Same thing it's telling us here is that after this 456 level, which is the previous volume range and today's volume range, we have open air all the way up to the call block. And we can get into explaining the call block in the demo, but essentially it's just the last position or the last strike that has 20,000 volume of 20,000 on it. This is a significant. That's a little hard to say. This is a significant level. This is a significant level. That would be nice to reach that, right? It is all possible. You have to believe now. Oh, yes. So 456 has gone. Now we should expect a little bit of back testing. A little bit of back test in your life. A little bit of Sandra for the night. I don't know the words. Just a bunch of them. That was Mambo number 5, in case you're trying to keep track. It's impossible. I say the most random stuff. So the back test is important here because this is an important level, right? 456 is the volume range and the previous volume range. And if that was the back test, that is a lot of momentum. Wow. We want to see a nice red candle come down and test this level again. If the momentum is that strong, it's just going to go. It's just going to go, baby. It's just going to go. The back test is healthy. The momentum run is fun, but it's not sustainable. Speaking of momentum, I'm going to turn on the 9 line. This is the 9 line, the EMA 9. It's also called the trade line. Also called the neon green line because I always make it neon green. If you're in a momentum play, which is a play that we're in right now, you're working on momentum, a run. You flip on this 9 line, and this will be your guide. You want to look for a candle or 2 candles that open and close below it, and that would signify a possible reversal. But that also can be faked out, and all we have to do is look back here. We have 3 candles that open and close below it, but it just shot up higher. What do you do there? You add a little extra. I'm going to turn on the 21, and I'm going to give you a nice rhyme. I'm going to mess it up, though. It goes something like this. Hold the 9, you're fine. Break the 21, you're done. The 60 is nifty. There's something else about the 60. But anyway, hold the 9, you're fine. Blow the 21, you're done. All that means is that this is your safety net 1, and this is your safety net 2. On a move up like this, it's healthy for it to come back and test it, just as we're coming back and testing this line. And now that we have the confluence of the EMA line and the 456 line, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. 458 is looking mighty, mighty juicy right now. Hey, look who's in the house. Ingrid, a.k.a. Mila. Mila, you missed our entry. You missed everything. No. So we were playing with paper money, as we always do here. Paper money all day long. No one invests real money. But we had gotten 456 calls at 32 cents. They're now 63 cents. We've also used Quant Trading, the levels and the GEX to determine that 457 was a play. So just once again, this is the levels, and I'm going to do it so you can see the action. I don't want to block the live action. Ta-da, right? We're using this level, this intraday, as a resistance level, but more to the point, I was looking at the GEX levels right here, and I'm not going to expand them. You can just trust me when I tell you. The 456 and 457 are both high GEX. Now, this is interesting. This just happened, right? We were following this area here. This is red, red bars. The negative GEXs are red. Now they've turned dark navy blue. What gives? Did the update? Did a whole program just change? No. What this indicates is when the red is red, when the negative GEXs are red, that means the overall net GEX is negative. When they turn blue, that just means it's positive GEX. So if we are in calls, this is a positive thing. The negative GEX is lower. That means the volatility has decreased. So that means directional. The direction is more reliable. At least that's my translation of it. You guys can translate it any way you want. All I know is that when I saw the 456 and the 457 GEX strikes were high, and they're together right here, they were two together, I knew that 457 was a possibility, and that's where we got the 456 calls right down here. This is just putting on top. Cherry on top. Putting on top, that would be kind of cool. Give me a cake with pudding on top. It sounds good. The fact that the GEX, the negative GEX, has turned to not overall in net GEX is just a bonus. But we're following the action. All right, now we're going to use our indicators. The first thing that stands out is the RSI is above the 70, which is meaning that it's, what does it mean, overbought? Yeah, it's signaling that it's overbought. That's just, it's kind of arbitrary in this particular case. When you have a run on the SPY, this thing can go to the 88, and it could hang out there for as long as this play needs to continue. It just says that eventually it may have to come down. It's not, oh my God, we're above 70. It's got to come back down right away. It's almost, it could stay there. It will have to come back, but we don't have to think about getting out of a trade just because it's above the 70. That's probably a better explanation. What I am looking at, though, is that the MACD and the RSI, we have a spike here. So we're at level A, and then the next peak is a little further down. So this is decreasing, and the price action is increasing. That is bearish divergence. Again, just like the RSI being overbought, it's not a call to action. It's just something to notice. It's something to say, okay, this was nice. Be on the lookout for a possible reversal. I hope that makes sense. And I appreciate you guys being here. I hope I'm giving you some type of insight you might have not heard before. And that's why I love communicating with other people, because everyone has something that someone else has not heard before. And I think that's what community trading is all about. Sharing. Sharing is caring, but really sharing your techniques that have proven true to you, sharing a tool, even if you can't use it. If you know it's good, share it with others, right? And if you are here, do me a favor, hit the like button. That would help out tremendously. And if you are interested in more, subscribe and hit the bell. I do this sometimes, as you can see, on a whim. I mean, I started this, I think it's 8 o'clock this morning. I decided, okay, let's start pre-market. And I didn't really announce it or promote it anywhere, but it is what it is. This was a good dry run. I wanted to do a dry run for a planned live trading session. So it's good. All right, now we're starting to wick off up here. We're reaching a little bit. We've gotten some reversal candles up here. But as long as this 9 line holds, I'm okay. I'm okay. You're okay. We're waiting for that. Yeah, like, right? I'm feeling that it's always around the corner, that flush. And where would it flush to? Let's anticipate. Let's not improvise, right? Right here, that's always a good one, 456. But this is now a good level to hold. We can build a level here that shows grounds for higher. Look at that, right off of the 9 line. Talk about putting a clinic on for how to use the 9 line. So where's our next target? 456.89. Why is it randomly at that number? Let's go back. Let's go to the videotape. I must have marked it off for some reason. Let's see if I can adjust it. Oh, that doesn't help. Maybe somewhere in here. Oh, no. I don't know. Let's just play it. Let's just F it. We'll do it live. So here on the 5 minute, you can see the EMA is almost not really helping, right? So then maybe you can throw on the 5. Get there. And we'll add the 5. This is a little tighter. And that's sticking with the momentum, as you can see that. And let's get to the minute. The 9 on the minute is perfect. It's being a perfect tool. All right, here's the volume. Just came in. Let's see which way this volume wants to push it. Ooh. And this is also good. You see how we have a run up, the price action stays, the volume drops, and then volume comes in. We should see a push up because of this, but we're not. It should come. And keep in mind, if we had played this, or if you played along with this at 32, you're now at 67. That's a great trade right there. There's no sense in holding on for more. That's just about 100%. Or is that more? 32 to 65 cents. Yeah, that's 100%. I mean, when people say, someone once told me that, and she's never traded live. Oh, you could trade and host a live session. I said, I don't know where you've done that, but it's very difficult. So if you can do it, kudos to you. But there's always something that doesn't line up correctly, because you're not only investing and you're thinking what you want to do. There's that flush, right? That oof. Now this is the 60 line. That's been broken. Where is support, right? Where is support? We want to anticipate, not improvise. Right here. Just below the 456 mark. So now that we're on the bottom side of the EMA, now it's going to use it as resistance. But yeah, getting back to that, I love hosting. I love teaching and showing, especially showing a new product like this, and demonstrating techniques, especially live. Excuse me. But you can't trade 100% the way you would if you weren't live. Imagine, you're in a room with your family, and you have your laptop, and you want to show them how you trade. You're not going to trade the same way you would if you were in a silent room, or. and it's a trade-off. It really is a trade-off. So this morning I was thinking, do I really want to trade, or do I want to demonstrate QTA? The demonstration went out, but although I couldn't resist, we did call out that first move on the SPY. So yeah, let's go back. Congratulations to anyone that got in the morning when we what was it, after that touchdown. Well, let's not look. Let's follow the live trade now. We can always look back later. But we saw that first move come out right here, right? In the morning, we were expecting it to go down to touch that 454. It just breached it, and we actually said, okay, this would be a good entry to go up to the 455 level. That was screaming for attention, right? It had the absolute gex. It had the, I think the max pain. It had all the previous volumes and ranges and blocks. That was the first move. Then at that level, we consolidated a little bit, had a little flag, and a breakout again. Now this flag is leaning high. It's leaning upward. I don't like it. I would like a flag to lean downward for a chance, more of a chance up. So a typical flag action, you want to see a pole up, a flag pointing down, leading to another leg up. What's not a healthy flag is something that runs up, and then the flag out is tilted to the upside. That usually comes back down. So we'll see if that plays out right here. We have the run up, the flag pointing up, and usually fails. Flag up, fail down. Flag down, flush up. That should be on a t-shirt. No. No. All right, how are we looking on the minute? So the 60, oh, the 21, sorry, the 21 seems to be the safety net here. The 9 EMA, it got blown, but it deserves a break. I mean, look how hard it's been running up this stock. So even right here, it broke it, came back in right in the line. Broke it, came back here on. Broke it, back in line, and up. Up and up and up. Similar breakdown here. Big red down, begets big green up. Then this big green also begets more red. It's just, that's how volatility starts. One big move leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. So if we're in call still, you want that 21 to hold. Now, this is interesting. Look at the RSI. RSI, I was saying before, right, how hot it was, and that it gonna eventually want to cool down. This is what cooled it down. This move down, this whole move back to this support at 456 or 455.91 to be exact. Oh, I just drew that. Right, I drew that from here. 456 was the actual line. But now the RSI is cooled off almost exactly to the 50 mark. That's impressive. So I don't think that this movement up has a strong possibility of not being finished. That's an easy way to say it. The RSI has reset. The support is holding. And we can check on the GEX. What am I thinking? I'm not. I know, that's the issue. Okay, thanks for your input. GEX, 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 GEX. Where's the GEX? All right. We have a new one here at 11:45. Just came in a few minutes ago. It's going to be a little late, but 457 is still a strong strike right there. The strike price is leaning toward it. If we do get there, I think that would be it. 457 would be the ceiling for this run today, unless once we get there, the higher strikes kick in. But right now, 457 looks like that would be the ceiling. And we actually, what did we get there? 426, a little more to go. I actually lowered it below 457, about 11 cents, just out of instinct to make it a little lower than the actual 457. And we're holding this support. RSI reset. Now let's see if there's any divergence we can kind of pick up. MACD is not giving us anything. RSI, the bottoms are lowering. Price is staying the same. So the RSI going lower, the price is staying the same. And let's pull up. I know I have these hanging in the back of my monitors, but let's see if we can pull up something. I don't want that on the. Drag that down here. Picture times, picture time, everybody, picture time. You want to see pictures? I'll show you pictures. All right, we're looking for div. I want to get it before the SPY does this price action, though. All right, that's one. And that's two. Hold on, SPY. I'm going to use you as a clinic. Don't do anything yet. Don't break that level. Not yet. No. Not yet. Hang on. Could be done. All right, this is where I drop down. 15 seconds. Drop down to see how it caught that level. So now I want to see SPY push through to the north side of the EMA as we're in this descending triangle. Flat support right here. Declining resistance. Okay, we broke the EMA on that. So getting back to the divergence, right? We have RSI on the valleys from point A to point B. The RSI is lowering. Over here, we have the price action is the same. So the indicator is lowering. Price action stays the same. Oh, which one is it? That's bearish. Excuse me, I have such a cough today. Apologize for that. So that's actually a bearish indication, even though we're using the valleys. It's also a very small sample size, right? You want to, when you're looking for a divergence, you want to use the biggest sample size you can. Not what I'm just doing is using 1 minute, a 3-minute window. But we did reset. We did recharge. RSI was here, really hot. Came down right to the 50 mark. That's opening up for more move higher, right? Still holding on to those 456 calls. I went with 456 because there is significant play to the 457s. In other words, there's 106,000 in volume and 14,000 in open interest, as opposed to the 456, 176,000 in volume, but the open interest is lower. So the 456 is flanked. It's flanked by the 455 that has close to 15,000 and the 457, which is 14,000. So my play is that it wants to gravitate towards that higher open interest and pass right by my 456 on its way to 457. That's my play. And that's why I chose 456 instead of 455. And there could be an argument about the deltas and about the theta. I'm not going to be in this trade very long to be considered. I know how theta operates in a 0 DT environment. The actual specifics of it doesn't matter to me. If it would be a 3-week out trade, you'd want to look I would not you would want to look. I would look more at the deltas and the theta. But in this environment, I was catching a momentum play. I just surpassed that and just looked at the open interest in the volume. Should anyone ask me to show my work, remember that in class, you can get a math problem, and okay, yeah, I know that, and just write the answer, and then so show your work. You're like, I was just cheating off the guy next to me. I can't show my work if I'm cheating off the guy next to me. How do you expect me to do this? I was in advanced math in middle school, and I didn't belong there. I was below the qualification you need for advanced math, but I was above the basic math. But anyway, there was this kid, Jeff. It was the funniest kid. And me and him were struggling in it. And we just accepted the fact that it's not going to work out. And then those were the days of the Scantron. I don't know if they still use them in class, but it was like A, B, C, D. You fill out a blank. I was like, oh, God. And I hear him moaning, too. And I turned around, and he just throws his hands up. He has his pencil in his mouth. And he shows up his Scantron. And his Scantron filled out, what was the word he filled out? Or nope. That was it. The Scantron just said nope on the Scantron. And that takes a lot of guts, a lot of huevos to hand that into a teacher that's going to not like that at all. Little anecdotes there. Come on, I can't fill this space with all my banter. Mila, what are you looking at today? What are you in? Mila is Ingrid, by the way. She's a member of QTA. I'm starting to breathe better. That coughing is working. Tesla, by the way, that's having a good day. Now this one, did it do? We were talking about that secondary. There's the secondary top right there. Why I call it secondary is because if you follow it back, we have this shoulder at one level, and then it pops the head to the second one, and then back down for the second shoulder here. Same thing again, shoulder at the sub-level, head to the top, shoulder at the bottom. Fast forward here, we have two hits at the sub-level, and do we have that main reach up to this level? It looks like it's about happening. That would be a nice move up to 247. And if you're playing week to week, excuse me. $245. That looks attainable. $246 maybe. But we are about the SPY. So on the 5-minute here, we can nicely see a break of that level, that 450, is it obscure, 455.91. And then I'll come back and retest of that level. And you can actually say it might be retest or back testing. No, retesting the 9 EMA. The MACD, if one were to look at this saying, oh, it's about to go down, it's about to cross. That's not necessarily the case. I mean, this could bounce off each other and go higher, right? The MACD is not showing you where it's going. It's giving you data of where it's been to kind of put together a possibility of where it's going to potentially go next. And not necessarily the price action, but just the MACD. Then you can correlate that with the actual price action, and that's where you get divergences or convergence. Convergence is actually a signal. When you're in divergence, and then it becomes congruent, and they work together, that's confirmation of, the divergence is playing out, and now we're in the convergence area. But going back to simple price action, we shut all this off. We have a run up, a back test, a run up, a back test, Now we're looking for a run up instead of a fail down. The fail down would take us right back to 455, 455.50, I would say, to be a little conservative, like right there. But there's a lot of momentum. The volume has decreased since our last run up. A little spike there, but now we're decreasing. We have another volume spike to get us above this 456.22 area. It'd be looking good. Looking good in the neighborhood if you're in calls. That 456 call is now down to 52 cents. It was at a high of 65 earlier. We are now getting that ominous red candle. And it drives people to make decisions. Like this red candle here, a lot of people, oh God, just get out. Or you could just trigger your stop loss and it wouldn't have to even be a decision. But the real thing to watch is, yeah, there you go. You want to watch it of a break. That big red candle flew down, but it stopped at the level. This one is now about to break these levels. Or is it? I had my lines turned off. So the MACD is staying in the bullish area. If it uses the zero barrier to bounce off of, that's good. If it breaks into the bearish, it's not good. Flush it down. And now everything is just collapsing. Everyone is just jumping on that bandwagon. And then big green begets big red. Unless there's a catch. Oh, let's check the updated GEX. Slide this over. Yo! What's up, red candle? Look at that motion. Up, down. Oh, snap. I forgot that I got those two. Oof. Down 24%. This is why I can't trade and go live. Your focus shifts. Your focus turns on to, am I showing an interesting chart? Should I be showing Carvana more? And you forget that you had these. And I didn't even have it at this price. I had it up a little higher. Crazy, man. Crazy. So we were checking on the GEX, right? Oh, that's right. I was moving this over so we can watch the action and look at the GEX at the same time. This is the latest one 7 minutes ago. Still strong at that 457 mark, right? Still the strongest strike. The negative GEX is really reducing. Is a 458 getting larger? I don't think so. It's 12:08 here in New York. I might have to break for lunch. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. See, now what's interesting is we were following on the 1 minute, and we saw all this action happening. We saw these, oh, a big red candle, oh, another big red candle. And if you go to the 5 minute, and you're looking back in hindsight, it's like, oh no, the 9 EMA just really held up. We had a wick down here. So when people ask me, hey doc, what time frames do you trade on? And I piss them off because my answer is always all of them. Like, no, really, which ones do you most use? I say usually all of them. Not when I'm not sharing live, I'm constantly flipping from the 1 to the 5 to the 15, down to the 15 second to the 30 second, up to the minute. It's crazy. It's crazy. I just like to get a full imprint of all those time frames and just kind of like meld them together in my head. So on the 5 minute, the EMA is holding up right. And then the 15, the EMA is, the 9 EMA is what I'm referring to, is not even an issue. The 5 EMA that we turned on is perfect. So for the 15 minute, the 5 EMA works. And there's no cause for alarm because we raced up and now we're just coming back to test that 5 EMA. That's the way I look at it. That's the way, I like it. What else? Tesla, right? We were looking at. We were said 245 is possible by the end of the week. This is truth. And we're in a flag, a bull, pole, and a flag on Tesla, similar to what we have in the SPY here. Man, a firm is really, really having a day. Where is that stop? How far back does this go? Jeez. All right, I'll just skip the weeks to go month. Good thing I skipped it. All right. Where is this going? This is going to 41. Okay. Wow. Sounds familiar. I think I looked it up yesterday. 41. Okay. And Tesla looks like it's going to use that flag as a launching pad. And hopefully the SPY would do the same thing. So let's look at Tesla real quick. This is what I'm talking about. Bull pole, a flag, and now touching that EMA for a pop-up higher. And just for kicks and giggles, let's see what Tesla 245 is for this week. 348. 1, 2, 3. Second. Oh no, third highest volume. And the highest open interest is at 245. So that's a target. Now that's just reading the option chain. If we were to look at the GEX, what's the SPY? 455.84. That's about to go. The GEX, see, now with the SPY, we have the SPY, the SPX, and the Qs all have their 0 DTs and the weeklies, and even the next weeks. With the select stocks like Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and NVIDIA, you're all covered there, Mr. Webb. We can just pop on the Tesla, and it says Tesla Archive, but it's similar to what we've been looking at with the SPY. It'll show us the most recent, when it comes up, there you go, the most recent call volume, the put volume, those are the mountains in the background there, where the max pain is for the week, and the absolute GEX that's the one that really it has the most gravitational in an active play. The max pain is static for the week. The absolute GEX changes with sediment and open interest and call and put volume, I should say. So what did I gather from this? We have, let's make this bigger. I have to adjust the resolution on this monitor. First, let's get back to the action. Are we holding this or not? Let's get the 15, I think we said worked, right? So we follow what works. The 15 and the 5 seem to be perfect, lining up. Touch, 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 touch. Got too far away, came back to touch it. breaking this would be, breaking and open and close below it. That would be significant. So what I'm seeing here on Tesla is 250 is a strong or a high GEX strike price. The highest is the 245, and it's absolute. Absolute GEX is at 245. That does confluence to what I was saying for the 245 Tesla strike. In fact, I'll make a note here. So we're buying a 245 call for a Frodo Friday, 12/1 for $3.40. And this is how you can play the stock market or trade the stock market without trading it. Just to see if you're right on that call or not. I'm not going to put actual money behind that because I'm doing something else with the SPY and I didn't like how I traded that. So I'm not going to enter another one. But I want to make a note of that. And then just add to my confidence with the tool. How is that Roku doing? That was the 2 Sigma resist. Oh, yeah, good one. Oh, Mr. Webb, I really hope you joined. I'd like to have you around. You're asking the right questions. So it is topping off here. Let's play this out. Let's see how we would play this, right? That's a good one. So this was the one that alerted with the 73 or 78% confidence that it's just letting us know that it's hit the resistance twice in a strong way. And I'll explain the 2 Sigma in a minute. But let's just see what would we play. The easy money looks to be 96.80 level. So maybe, let's see. I'm going to go back to SPY, look at the options table on Roku, and then come back. But I want to have the SPY up on the 15. $15 is hanging on that 5. All right, so we have Roku. And I said 98.60 or 96.80. I wanted to get around the 100 marks. Let's see. Man. Oh, it's okay. I'm looking at the calls. That's why. I was like, damn, Roku's premiums are expensive right now. I was looking at the wrong one. All right, switch to the calls. So, yeah, this is doable. I like, you know what? Let me show you what I'm looking at here. I use Schwab. Can I drag just that over? I have to drag my... All right. I'll just tell you. Looking at the options chain, I was looking to get around the 100 mark. Actual 100 has the highest volume and the highest open interest. And let's pull up. Oh, it's not on this one, sorry. We may have to blast. We may have to blast. We don't need that anymore. I'm finished with this guy. So what do I do? Okay, we're going to pull up. I'm going to do the trade, how I would set up the trade. And I can't, where is the, here it is. Let's see if we can do this on one side and have the action over there. Now let's switch to the 5. All right, SPY, wait, hold on. Let me manage this trade for a second. SPY looks like it's not going to hold that level. Yeah, this is why I don't like trading while hosting. It's just I get so into my own head that I lose. All right, so I'm liking how the MACD is kind of bottoming out. The RSI is still staying in the natural range. We are making higher lows for just for a second, because now it looks like we're going to have a new lower low. And where are we going to go? This is support right here. If we break this, then all your hopes and dreams. Yeah, there it goes. Where do I get it? Out at break even. Below. Yikes. Okay, back to Roku. No. Yes. Roku, I think, is on here. Yes. Roku has a quant chart already plotted out. Now remember, if it's not on the quant chart, you can just plot it out yourself. But here it's already on the quant chart, so we'll take advantage of it. This is the 2 sigma level. It must have broken it yesterday, and now it's breaking it again today. It's going back, and it's actually testing it. So until this breaks below it, I'm going to hold off on any entry lower. Looking at just the charts from earlier and getting that alert, I would have looked at the charts and been like, oh, yeah, that's going to come down. But now I'm going to think twice, because now this is giving me the confirmation of, hey, pump the brakes a little bit. You can wait, because we have this level of 2 sigma, and right below it, we have the VWAP. Right below that, we have this large intraday area and the 2-day VWAP right down here at 102. I was actually looking for puts at 100, which was just the natural, revisit for the action of Roku. But we have all these levels in between. And that level I was looking at is actually the buying zone. So that's interesting on how my initial play was, hey, you know what? I like Roku to the downside. But now it's looking like the downside's a lot tougher than it seemed. So that adds a level of confluence that I think you could appreciate, Mr. Webb. Spy back to 455 if it can't hold 455, 445.50. What do you mean 455.50? Yeah, I would assume. 455 right down here. Yeah, let's look at a little more macro view. Let's turn everything off. Let's get it fresh. Get these guys off too. Yeah, 455 looks like a natural. So you can actually think of that as, I don't want to put another one right on top of it, but let's just leave it right there. That would be a natural break and a retest, or this would be a break and a retest. So either one of these levels could easily be discerned as a retest, a break and a retest. It just depends on what time frame you look at. So this is the 455 break. We broke it. We could come back and retest it again for higher. That would make perfect sense, because that level is also the high of the overnight. That is the top of the technical range. The top of the quant range, I think, was also 455. Yeah, all those levels lined up at 455. So breaking that was an extreme level to break. Going back and testing that makes perfect sense for action further down the week. But playing 0 DTE, each level had a break and a retest. And now the SPY is flagging out, going down, a bear flag right here. Or is it reversing? Tesla is looking good. Let's pop over that real quick. That breakout. Let's get on the 5 minute. Right? Up. Pullback. Up. A little bit of a cup here. Testing that resistance again. We'll see in maybe another little handle. And on this third test, that could be a nice breakout there. I agree, Mr. Webb, 100%. I agree. That's my bias kicking in. I'm going to wait until SPY reaches that retest and see where the data updates it to see what everyone else is thinking. I would much rather it hold this level, which makes sense. Big run up here, resistance, broke it, come back and retest it. That would look perfectly fine. And in fact, we can actually just make my retest level a little bit more exaggerated. Look at that. I planned it out all along. Get out of here. All right. I got enough lines in here. I don't need arbitrary ones. This is looking good. Big out retest, go for higher. I'm still holding those calls, 456. I'm playing them as if I entered at the right moment at 32, even though I didn't get filled until like in the 40s. So frustrating. But that's the way it crumbles. Okay, back to Roku, or no, we're going to wait. I think we're going to wait on Roku. Yeah. I mean, how could you not short Roku here? But then again, yeah, how could you short Roku here? It looks like it's so hard and so fast that it has to come down, but at the same time, it's so hard and so fast that it could actually go to the 113. So this is a non-playable thing for me, and I'm glad I checked QTA before jumping on the pullback puts back here. I mean, everything on the indicators says a pullback is happening. The RSI is in the 80s on the daily, and let's just skip over to the 5 minute, 5 minutes at the 50s. And this actually looks bearish. This whole action just is bearish to me. Let's take a look at the data. Now I'm really harping on this Roku. While we're here, let's check the SPY. And this will give you a good example or way to check the other one. So 457 is still a strong GEX level, and we're just going to pop into the SPY weekly. That was the 0 DTE. That's just for the daily. Now, this is the information for the entire week. Get to the most current. And according to the week, we are at this lone star. We're at this lone GEX level, and it just drops off right after it. So according to the weekly, there's not much higher to go. There's nothing higher to go according to the weekly. 455 incoming. Yo. Yeah. I'm thinking about just dropping these for a loss and then maybe getting back in at that level. Look at that. Nice moves. Down. 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 That is a staircase going down. Look at the RSI. Cold as ice in the 20s. frigid. This might, we can adjust down to here. Lines up a little better. Cold as ice. I didn't realize how bright this microphone light is. I mean, I did. I just forget it. The inner thoughts of my mind are not worth sharing. Tesla, decision, SPY, bouncing, Roku. What are we looking here? Yeah, traditionally I really want to jump on this one and get a 101 put. No, maybe 102. Like 103. Ay. See, now I'm just guessing. When I finally think of something of solid, I'll go back and look at the charts again. So if I were to play a put, what would we do? Overnight lows are 102.42. The next level down is 101.48. And according to the GEX chart, let's flip it back to SPY as I look up there on the other screen. We are breaking the level, coming down to the 455. This should hold. Wait, let's go back for a second. Didn't we say that 455 was the strongest level of the day, right? We said 455 was the strongest level. Once we broke it, we never really truly came back to test it. This may be the retest of that level. That makes a lot more sense. We look on the 15. Break it, come back, hold it for another chance of higher. Or if we break the 455, 454 is an easy cruise control trade because we have this big green. But you see, right, we have this large green bar, large green bar, large green bar. It opens the door for large red bars to fill that space. Excuse me. Holding 455 is important, and we'll pull up. See if any changes on the GEX. Okay. See now, we went from navy blue to red. This means that the overall net GEX is negative, which means volatility, right? We don't need to know. We don't need to read that. This is clear. We can tell you that there's volatility happening on the chart. These big green bars open the door for that. Big green begets big red. The origination of volatility. One big move opens the door for another big move, like driving a boat and overcorrecting. Roku is holding 105. Just make a psychological level there for me. Is it right there? No. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put SPY on the main screen here. Leave that on the 5 minute. Nope. More information on the 1. About that level. All right, nice bounce. Come back, test it again. Bounce higher or see here. And on this one, I'm going to look up Roku. Let's see. All right, Affirm. Affirm has reached 3171, and I think that is the top for that. Should push back here at 456. That would be the plan. That would be the golden possible outcome. Then you have to take into account time, theta, right? I meant to get in that trade for that one move. We got to that move. I didn't get out of it because my mind was elsewhere. But you got in and you get out, especially with 0 DTE. Now we're in this, or at least I am in this underwater position, which you never want to be in. Roku. I keep forgetting to look. Okay. This is why I can't do it. All right, Roku is holding there. If it fails that 103, let's build a possible trade here. And I'm going to look up. Sorry, let me get this out of here. Out of view. Oh, forgot about Jay. He wanted to ask a question. I think he was asking it in Discord. Sorry, Jay. What call would you use for that breakout? That was probably the SPY. Oh man, this was an hour ago. Sorry, Jay. Oh wait, I just realized I'm chatting on the screen. What Gex just told me, you missed it. Oh, on which? Was it the SPY or was I blabbing about the Roku again? The latest SPY that I brought up, I think, was not too much change. Oh no, wait, there was. Oh, the weekly. Maybe that's the one you're talking about. Oh no, wait, I think I know. I was saying that the Gex just turned net negative again. Maybe that was it. Then also on the SPY weekly, we noticed that the Gex is at a standout, which means absolute Gex, and this whole huge Gex strike is just standing in the middle of nowhere. Those are like 2 or 3 different data points that we gleaned in the past 10 minutes. If any of those were the ones that you missed. And so the 2 signal level on Roku is at 105.20. Roku is holding at 105.18 right now. So it's on the cusp of breaking down. Then I should probably drag this over and show you the action here. I want to see a double touch. We get a double touch here of this level. we can expect higher. That level holds. See something like that. Maybe a little mishmash around over here, but that's overall. That's the first move. So I'm going to drag over the Roku. This is the levels on the quant chart I was just referring to. The 2 sigma level is at the 105.20, and Roku is trading right at that level. It's hugging around it. The only if all these levels weren't directly under it, I think it would be a good trade. You have to get through this VWAP, this intraday, and this is a range. This is not just one level. And then the 2-day VWAP would be at 102.55. It's probably going to be a little higher than that because it will gravitate higher as the price is higher. So we're not looking at the big move that I was expecting. Because on a traditional chart, none of this almost did it. None of this stuff is here. The traditional chart shows almost like it's begging you. It's begging you to take it. Look at that. On the traditional chart, it's like, okay, this is a free trade. Free trade right down to 96.80. Maybe some hiccups along 102, 101, but this is easy peasy. We didn't see all the other resistance, or the supports, I should say, in the way that come up on the GEX chart. I mean, on the quant chart. Sorry, I'm getting confused there. All those levels, intraday at 104, 103, VWAP at 102.50, and then, no, that's the 2-day VWAP at 102.50. The regular VWAP, real close at like 104, 104.50. So I'm holding off on Roku right now. It's got a lot. It's too much support. Even though if it does flush down, that's all right. It's missing out on a potential money is not anywhere close to missing out on actual lost money. And Tesla really wants to get that breakout right there. And 246 is the technical level. And being that we're looking at it, let's just pull this up. And that's the name of the game, confluence. Confluence is the name of the game. We want to find things that agree with what we're looking at. This, on the other hand, Tesla, there's nothing in between here. All the levels that we were talking about, it's surpassed it. We're above the intraday. The next level is at 247.47. That's a 6-point move. The other technical level, I think, was at 246. 246.17. That's from something that's a high or some kind of level. I have that drawn for a reason. But according to this, let's go back. Is that it right there? Nope, 244. But if we were just trading on quant and the only thing that ever mattered, this would be an easy decision to get like a 245. This is what I would do personally. This is not something I'm telling other people to do. I like to go a little out of the money to watch the price come up to it, and I catch that exponential rise in the premium. If you look at the deltas, sometimes it's not worthy to do that. You won't gain as much per dollar move as you would if you got something at the money or even in the money. It's all about personal preference. It's all about your risk allotment, your account size, and your risk level. How much are you willing, or how much can you safely put into a trade without getting sweaty palms, or what you're comfortable with. So that's why I don't like to say exactly what I'm trading with, especially the amount, but to give multiple areas, that's something we can get into. That's something doable. So a possibility, if you like a little out of money, is 244, 245. I think it goes in 2.5s, right? Tesla goes in 2.5s. So it'd be 242, 240, 250, 240, 250, or 245. Right. Anyway, we had a call here at 245 for 340. And there it is. How's that SPY? 455 holding? Is it retesting? Go ahead, retest it. Go on, retest it, SPY. Mr. Webb, I hope I answered that question about with the GEX. There was a few things I said about the GEX. I hope I reviewed or repeated them, the one you were looking for. All right, has a firm reached its ceiling at 32? Yeah. I think it broke above the, yeah, definitely. Broke above the trend and above the previous level. It goes back way back. This is a strong play upward now. This isn't even a contender for coming back down. 75 in the RSI. I mean, it's just, look at this. This up, 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 up. Look at how many new higher lows from way back in May. Since May, there's been a new higher low on every valley, except this one. And this was right before the jump off right here. We made a new lower high. Did I say higher low? Yeah, there's been higher lows, and we made a new lower high right before the get. All right, SPY. What's the deal? I definitely might have to step out for a bite. I wonder if I can leave it. Yeah, I'm going to leave this open. Can I add Hey, dude, what is Gex saying about SPY? Let's check. Bump, bump, winner. I like to use the 0 DTEs here in the Discord. We'll check out the SPY 0 DTE. There should have been a new one that dropped. And it looks like the negative Gex is getting larger. I'll pull it up on the big one. At least this one I can zoom in on. There we go. 455. We have the absolute Gex, the max pain, all at 455, and then the heaviest Gex is right below it at 454. This is now pulling us down because the spot price is already at. This has got to be expanded just for a minute. The spot price is already at 455. Now it's going to want to determine a way to go. It's telling it. Now, you and me, Mr. Webb, both, we were saying, oh, all right, now we're going to go up, see 456. It's got to happen. We're looking at our charts. We know how to read charts. But this is telling us something different. Then you can look at the put volume. The put volume is also a little lower at 453, 454, right in between there. That kind of lines up with this new heavy Gex. So now this is information that we translate to live charts and trading. Now that we know that there's a strong magnet about $1 below, this support seems a lot more important. If this were to break, you would see a nice dollar move down. If this were to hold, then we could say, all right, we can maybe see revisiting that. I don't think we are going to revisit it. This is a lost, just according to where the Gex is going. Why is it not? Come on. There you go. So you and me both, right? Without looking at the Gex, we're thinking our instincts say up. But what the Gex is saying is that if this doesn't hold, your instincts are going to see a dollar drop. And after this decision, and this is where I'm going to break and get something to eat. I used to be able to go the whole day without eating lunch, but then my doctor said, that's bad. You got to have something throughout the day. So I'm trying. It's like watching grass grow or water boiling. It's an intense moment, but you just want it to move faster. And that's why I drop down sometimes. But I'm not going to now. This is just fine. So now we're going to take everything into account. We're taking our sub indicators, we're taking the chart action, but also the Gex. The Gex told us the dollar drop. Now we're getting that dollar drop. Roku is breaking below that 105. It's looking strong. We're going to have to revisit that. All right, now we are in this open, almost like it's a fair value gap, right? Nothing here to stop SPY from dropping to 454, where the Gex told us there was a lot of interest. So this is, normally, there's hope. We're gonna fly back up. I didn't mean to move that level, but you got to look at the data, right? And let's see. No, there's no one. There's no new one yet. But remember, the absolute Gex and the max pain. This is the heaviest confluence, right? 455. And the fact that it's 1 o'clock, I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla ranged within 50 cents of this area and just were to close at 455 or within 455. It doesn't have to go down and meet that Gex level just because it's the highest one, right? It's just an indicator. An indicator is an indication of where the net Gex is. And now when we zoom out, we see it. A shoulder, a head, a shoulder. From where I'm from, that means bearish action to follow. I do declare. $50 retracement. Let's check it out for all the sports fans. So we go from the low and then the new lower low. I mean the new higher low. Or if you went from the full. The 50 is also at 455, which makes things interesting for a move up. I definitely need food. I'm channeling old sportscasters. Losing it. So now we're getting into this space where we're finding things to fit our narrative, right? We're finding tools to back up what we want to happen. And we should never be in a position for that, right? We called out the move earlier, excuse me, and that move happened, and that should have been it. The fact that I just neglected, forgot all about those, I only took 2 positions, that was 2 calls, so that was good. But the fact that I, forgot about them, now I'm in this biased position where I want to look up. And things are kind of looking that way. The RSI is cold, and it's starting to get a little warmer. The MACD's visited bearish position for the second time today, but an extreme bearish position. And we can't use any type of divergence here. It's not giving us anything. It's just a straight rundown. Maybe on the 5. No, that was even worse. Let's try and really expand it. Yeah, there's nothing there. And we'll try the retracement, sorry. Drive back the other way. Even though. So if we do come up, we have to contend with this level, 455.44. That would be the pullback to this. Huge rundown, gets a little bit of a pullback to go further. Now that it's coming across to 1 o'clock, things are going to start getting a little hairy regarding GEX and using the GEX charts. In the afternoon, calls and puts are more volatile. They're a little more all over the place, and you'll see that reflected in the GEX charts. Because remember, the GEX charts that we're looking at, it's just a barometer, right? It's just telling us what's happening. It's not a prediction tool. It's not something that uses any type of bias. It's just pure data, what's out there. So if it's showing us that things are all over the place, that matches, because in the afternoon, people trade a little all over the place. They'll look at, okay, we're coming down here. We're going to try to go down here. No, just like what we're doing. We're going to see a bounce here, and we're going to go up a point. No, we could see a break and go down a point. Usually that's not the case in the morning. In the case in the morning, we'll see a direction. People play that direction, and then that direction either happens or it doesn't. There's more jostling. I think that's the best word to say. There's more shucking and jiving in the afternoon, and you'll see it reflected in the GEX charts. And if you think I'm corny and silly, it's on purpose. Here we go. Now here's the show. No. Negative. Some type of pattern here. Oh, excuse me. I really hope that didn't trigger anyone else to yawn. I was part of a, I guess, experiment, you call it, in school. One of my buddies, I took psychology for a little while. I was really interested in it. One of my buddies that was in it, he was doing a, I guess, an experiment. That's what it was. And he would show people yawning. He would use the word. Now I'm going to think about it. I'm going to do it again. Sorry. Hold it. He would use the word, and he would watch an auditorium full of people. He did it in classroom settings and in seminars. And then a video of someone yawning, just their mouth, just their eyes, then the sound of it. And he would try to compile all the data to find out what made other people yawn when they saw someone else yawn. And what he found was, I totally forgot. I have no idea what the findings are. Sorry about that. It's a build up to nothing, but it's interesting. I'm sure you can Google it and find the answer nowadays, but back then it was real innovation, real innovative work he was doing. And just to pop in on Roku, the one that we were so sure of puts, it's holding that 105 level like a beast. A little double tap. Uno, dos. Interessante for sure. Sorry. I will turn the camera off next time I do that. Yeah, I think for me at least, I'm done with SPY for the day. It's not a play in either direction. There's no data telling me one way. There's no data telling me another way. And I don't want to get into a state of trying to force a trade because I'm getting a little too biased right now. And I'm noticing it. So I'm just going to cut everything. Oh, my God. Yeah, I guess I'll take that. No. It's not even worth taking. I'd rather leave it on as a pure gamble. But for the sake of information, I'm going to close it. Oh, there you go. Big red. Big red. On and on while you chew it. Disgusting. Look at that. It has no reason to stop. In fact, that 454 on the GEX level is looking mighty, mighty attractive. Roku. Yeah. Holding maybe even for higher. That's crazy. So even though it alerted at the 2 sigma level as just being an outlier, the other quant information backed it up that it might not be such a good play. Just because it reached that outlier twice doesn't mean it's a good. There's other factors in there that would determine if it's a good play to actually go into. So this is why in translating what the tool tells you into an actionable play, that's where the skill comes in. You know, the tool is a static instrument. The skill is how you wield it. Definitely. Yeah, Mr. Webb, you are catching on, man. Did you sign up yet? You got to come on. You got to come on the wagon. Get on the train. Yeah, this keeps making lower lows, lower highs, and the 455 is the strongest. There's a new one out. Let's check. Sorry. Gotta stop that. Yeah, 455 is still strong. The call and put volumes, they're flanking it. Positive is just staying low. The net, see that's it. The volatile negative GEX is still high. That's what really just keeps me hanging on. The volatility is there you go. I was saying the volatility is there for a move, and there's the move. There's the move. There's the move. So now we've reached that level, and let's bring up the quant chart to see where we are in relation. So now this is where we were. We're going to hit update, refresh, I should say. And we're going to see where we are in the map, right? We have a lot of room to go down further. The other thing is that this is SPY, so we can use the 0 DTE. Close that. There you go. All right. That's funny. I was saying, yeah, the volatility is there. I moved the chart over, and a full point drop happens. So we're going to flip over to the 0 DT, the OVAL chart, the 0 vol. No, OVAL, sorry. And let's see where we got caught. It caught itself right on this confluent level of the previous put volume. Caught it right there. Now we're in this range. And we're going to just hug, I think, 455. A little above it, a little below it, right to close. But definitely, that was the move that we called out right here. Breaking that, retesting, calling it to the upside, and then that second call right here to the upside, that should have been it. That would have been done for the day. Then, if you want to play it, then that way down. But the idea is to close a trade once it's happening. Once it reached its destination, to close it. When we get into this hopium for, no, it's going up, it's going to keep going up, that's where human instincts come in. Nasty, that's the word. I would definitely use that word. Nasty. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. But overall, I mean, I think that was a very good demonstration. The beginning of this video, I guess I'm going to leave it up. But at the beginning of this session, we called out this retest for a play higher, and then this break for this call higher. 456 calls, barely just got in the money, perfect, but that's how we played it along with the level. And a proper call would have been 455. Nice at the money. It would have the delta was a lot better. You would have gained much more money per dollar move, and that's all that this was, is a dollar move. And we could have been done by noon. And I really, really find that trading in the morning using quant data and using GEX is so much more gratuitous. Maybe not the right word. So much more profitable, right? It's just, it catches the moves much cleaner, much easier. And then when we get over here, we start playing with, we start trying to plug the action into data that we find rather than the other way around. Rather than reading the data and acting, we're trying to find data that fits our narrative. And that's the backwards way to trade. I gotta find someone that's good at editing, not only good at editing, but that wants to edit, that would want to edit my video. I know, I want to be a computer. But that's really I think the main quality that seasoned traders get, I'm talking like 20 years, people have been trading for 20 years, they are emotionless. They've had these huge losses and they've had these huge wins, and now everything in between is just grinding it out. And that goes back to the quote I said at the beginning of this session. A successful trader, a bored trader is a successful trader. A bored trader is a successful trader. And that's it. It's removing all human emotions. It's not this hopium. It's not your heart, racing when you see a move happening. It's all planned. It's all anticipated. If it doesn't happen, you cut it. If it happens, you close it, you take the win. There's zero, it's not like watching a football game. You can't, if the louder you cheer, the better your team plays. It's not the case here. It's not the case. You anticipate and you react, computer. If I had set a sell order at this level, I would have been fine. I took a back seat and was more into describing how things work. And then, okay, you know what? I'll hold on. We're going to see that next level. That was all my own human bias coming in. My human bias was, hey, we could see 457. Okay, we could see that, but the data is telling you that you'll definitely, it'll tell you in different increments. It will say, like, this is a really close thing. This is closest to a sure thing. then this is possibly could happen, and this is a far out thing, and that goes with the 2 sigma. So let me just tell you the 2 sigma thing before I go off on another tangent. You know what? I have a picture here. I already had a. Now, which folder? I think it's under class. Sorry, hold on a second. There it is. All right. This is how 2 sigma was explained to me. So you have the mean, right? And you have 1 average away from the mean. This is where most of the action happens. On this side of the average and then on this side. This is 1 sigma away. 1 sigma below, 1 sigma above. This is where, yes, 68.2% of the action takes place. In the 2 sigma territory, you'll have a little less action, or a little less percentage of the action, but still action. When it reaches that 2 sigma line, there's very little chance of further action beyond those levels. So if you hit the 1 sigma line, all right, you still have a chance of higher. But if you hit the 2 sigma line, there's a very, very slim chance of higher or lower than action. If you hit that line 2 times, it's a double 2 sigma alert event, and that's where you get those alerts from. When that happens, it's almost like the probability of it returning to its mean is a lot higher than if it was just at the 1 sigma level. Does that? Oh, I appreciate it, Mr. Webb. You're free to come here. You're welcome to come here anytime. You've been a great addition. But I hope that explains how the 2 sigma works. And that really just harkens back to the quant levels. You can see it on the chart, and it's the outlying levels. I'll pull up an example of it, and then I'll slide it over to the screen. And then we have Roku that we can actually see the 2 sigma touches. So here we have familiar, right? We've explained what these are. The intraday, right? You guys are experts now. The intraday are the gray bars. The midpoint is the dashed. On the red side, you have the sell zone. On the green, you have the buy. The max pain is the dashed blue. That's it. That's all we need to know, right? However, if we expand it just a little bit, enter the 2 sigma lines, right? You have the 2 sigma on the top, which is the resistance, and the 2 sigma on the bottom, which is the support. When those levels are reached, it's more likely than not that it would come retreating back down. If it's reached twice, and in Roku's case, breached, then you have either a sign for like an extreme breakout event, or a sign for it's most likely just going to retreat back to its average levels. So the first 2 sigma was either yesterday or next week. I forgot how that's calculated. Forgive me, but it was reached here. And then the new 2 sigma level was also reached here. That created the alert, and that alert is now telling us that it should drive back down. When I'm looking at these levels, I'm thinking maybe not today is a good day for this. There's a lot of levels in between. Obviously, Roku's not 0 DTE, so we could play a couple weeks out and still have that confidence that these levels are going to be breached. When I was saying that these levels are here, it's not as easy of a ride. It doesn't mean that it's impossible to happen. It's just that for any action today, we have to get through all these levels. Ah, I appreciate you. You are the feedback king, sir. I appreciate that. I just got to find someone to edit all this stuff now and get it in concise one spot. So this is an interesting level, 454. We're going to check on the GEX. There's a couple minutes for the new one, but we can actually pull up the advanced GEX if we need to. So this is the last one we had at 1,300 hours. It's 1 p.m. In 2 minutes, we're going to have a new one, The fact that we've reached this level, blow it up, blow it up. Drag us over again. The fact that we've reached this huge highest GEX level that also has confluence with the put volume, I'm wondering now how the put volume looks now that we've reached this level. Is this going to be resistance? It sure looks like it because there's nothing else here. There is something here, but it's very low. If the new feed comes in and this GEX level has risen all the way up to here, then we could see 453 a lot easier. If this stays low, this becomes support, and we have a chance to get back up to 455. Then we watch. Then we check again. Then we check to see if the positive GEX up here, if there's any outliers. The caveat, though, is that in the afternoon there are outliers. When outliers, not like the 2 sigma ones, but randoms, right? Random spikes of GEX, whether they be whales or institutions placing unusual plays, or is it just the data is just going haywire to try and keep up with everything? Whatever the case is that the data is plays less of an important role than it does in the morning, and that's why I like the morning best for trading, especially with GEX. It's just a clear, more understanding of action. You can actually separate into 2 different markets, and I've said this for a long time, that the morning is a different market than the afternoon. And then dialing that into that, you can do it on Mondays and Fridays are different markets than a Wednesday is, right? It's just a little more unpredictable, and it's a little more chaotic. Then if you really want to get super focused on chaos, look at the last 15 or 10 minutes of a trading day, and especially the last 10 or 15 minutes on a Friday. You'll see more action all over the place than you care to. Period. If you're into 0 DTE and you have an account size that you can trade into closing on the SPY, you can pick up like an 11-cent SPY put and turn that into $1. However, you can also do that 100 times and lose 100 times. But if you get the way it acts, you can have a lot of fun with it. But that's all it should be considered, is just fun. I love trading Tesla on the Fridays for that reason alone. Tesla moves a lot during the day, and the theta on Fridays absolutely destroy the premiums on any type of 0 DTE. So you can essentially buy, like we were saying, an 11-cent call for Tesla in the morning, and then by the afternoon or the end of the day, you're looking at a few $100s just for that one $11 play. And I'm sure everyone here already knows that, but it does bear repeating. And for people that don't know it, that's really what it comes down to. I'd rather overshare than undershare. Actually, I got feedback from a community, my last community that I was in. It was the strangest one I've been in, but I got, I guess the word is scolded or whatever, that sometimes I share unwanted knowledge. I've never heard that in my life, but that was said to me verbatim. Sometimes you teach people, or you give them unwanted knowledge. It's like, okay, I don't know what the other reason to be in a community is for, but it irked me, and that should have been the first red flag. But the idea of sharing what you've learned also solidifies what you've learned. And that's my whole process with this one-on-one-stocks.com thing. I want to make a finite client. I want to teach, educate, and make sure that they're good to go, that they're certifiable, they know what they're doing, and then give them a platform to teach others. And then that solidifies what they've learned in their heads, and the same token, teaching others. And that also works with a friend of mine that I'm talking about. I don't want to say working with yet, but he has an idea of a charity system where that whole system that's how it plays out, except it involves donations and hedge funds, a little more complex. But that's the vision. And I share that same vision with Bryant. He created the tool, but he doesn't want to be seen as the guru or as the person that you need to talk to in order to place a trade. He created the tool. He's a user of the tool, and he can assist, but he's not to be looked at as the end all. I mean, but the flip side of that coin is, though, he is very good at trading, and he does share his trades. And his thinking is, hey, listen, I'm doing these trades. I might as well share them, right? And this is where he does that. So, Mr. Webb, when you join, you'll be able to see this here. This is where he posts all the trades that he, is fit to share, or that he is doing. Not sure if they're all of them, but he explains everything to a T. Right, crosses every T, dots every I, everything he was thinking on a trade, and then he explains everything in visual format, what his net debt was, the max loss, everything is right there out in the open. And if you wanted to get into, or if you are doing calendars, butterflies, and broken butterflies, this is the place to see how someone very successful at trading those plays does it. I mean, he shows me trades that it's almost like the risk of losing has been brought down to such a minimal level. And he explained it so well. I have a broken butterfly wing, and one's far out and one's a little more local. And if one's going against me, I'll close that one and open up another leg. And it's just it's beautiful madness perfected. The idea of him sharing all that in that feed is remarkable. And I've never seen it so well explained. I've been part of other guru communities, right? And they'll say, I bought in $1.16, and after they sell, I sold it for $2.79. I made such and such profit. That's great. That doesn't help me, all right? Your trading journal does not help me or help anyone else. What does help me is you explaining why you got in, why you got out, where was the level. And I like to share my setups. And when I share setups, I share them like I'm going to go in at this level, planning to exit at that level. I don't share how many I bought. I don't share, how much I made or whatever. It's technical. It's this is the entry I'm looking at. This is the exit. If this, then that. I don't anywhere else is shady AF. And it's useless. It really is useless to just to gloat of a trading journal and have people hanging on your every word. It's annoying. It's not. It shouldn't be faulted for those people, but it's something that I want to change. That's really what it is, because it's the norm. It really is the norm in all these communities I've been in. There's a few that are really standout communities that go bending over backwards to help people, and they all are in different categories. For instance, Hot Trades is great for like penny stocks and catching momentum moves on the daily. Chart Prime that I'm working with, and I'm gonna actually physically, make a noble effort to get more involved with them. They handle crypto. They're great for crypto. They have excellent teachings, and they have excellent tools and indicators. Not tools, indicators for doing trades on crypto. QTA is by far the best technical, mathematical, quantitative tool I've ever seen. And going back to trading without it, I don't think I ever could. And also a red flag is, no, I'm not even going to say. I didn't mean to beat the stuffing out of other community. I appreciate that, Mr. Webb. I get caught sometimes in a wording hurricane. Oh, Gold Walmart Go. One of the guys I was just talking about, he's all about Walmart, and I mentioned him earlier. Let's see how they're doing. So in a macro view, bad earnings, found its floor, and now he's been into it. Very good trade. This is the point right here, though. He's moving into a dead area. You can't talk, but I would point out to him, not suggest, but just nudge him and say that this might be an area to take profit. Always consider taking profit. Say it. A red flag. Oh, Mila, no. Oh, God. A red flag. Okay. A red flag is having a tool that no one cares to take time to show you how to use it. They say, this is for you. This is great. Pay me this amount a month to use it. But when I invite the members of that community to come to a demo, or I ask the creator of that demo to help explain it, and I get no's or I get no attendance, that's a red flag. No one knows how to use the tool that you're paying for? Okay. That's a red flag. When you have a community like QTA, and you have people like me and Mila, who's a, yes, we can. Please, anything to stop me from my rant. But when you have a community that is looking into and demonstrating how to use something, it speaks leaps and bounds for it. Okay, cool, thank you. That's my cue. When people say, I get it, I understand, that's when I go, okay, you can stop talking. Meta World Peace. He was just on, what is that? Masked Singer. But anyway, Meta. I personally have a lot of faith in Meta as a company in the long run. I've been a part of some demonstrations with some of the technology that Meta is working on. It's free to talk about now because, as I understand it, it's all on YouTube. They have one where you wear what looks like a watch. It's around your wrist, and the way you move your fingers moves the action on your phone. And you can move it. You can have it to your side, so it'd be in your pocket. So you can essentially be walking, holding your phone like this. Your other hand is down at your side, and you'd be flying through, clicking on things, typing, whatever. That's what Meta is working on. And to use that application in a virtual reality environment is huge. But technically, let's look at Meta with everything turned off. Technically, we have this nice huge bowl here with a V bottom, and we're coming up, and we're making what looks like an inverse head and shoulders, right? We have the shoulder here, the head here, shoulder here, and the neckline right here. I bought Meta VR a couple. Hey, look at that. See, everything comes around. Let me know how it is. I got into VR with, I think I had the, what was that? Whatever the name of the phone was, it doesn't matter. But it came, you can add those glasses, the VR glasses to it. And it was pretty cool. But it had a lot to go, a lot to move on, a lot to improve on, I should say. All right, let's turn this on and see what the levels are. So this is a pitchfork again. Not to get into how to explain it, but it's just the middle tang is the most important support and resistance. The inner tangs here are the secondary, and then the tertiary are, of course, the outer tangs. So you do it on an open face. There's a whole course on how to do it, but just effectively we can use this as diagonal support and resistance and use that how it matches up with actual horizontal support and resistance to kind of get a gauge on where we're going. Hope that makes sense. You want to short it. Shorting is always a possibility because we had this big run up. But again, unless it's showing me information or to 100%. So let's see. Let's delete all these lines because they're only annoying me. So these lines were drawn, I guess, last time we looked at it. There was a possibility to the upside and a short possibility to retrace back down to the tang here. We have now broken above a couple levels here. I would hold off on shorting until I got a confirmation of a broken level. Does that make sense? We want, what's interesting, oh, the pitchforks. Everyone I tell about a pitchfork, they wait till I show it to you in a demo. You'll be like, okay, that's magical. I can just use that to trade with the rest of my life. But you can't. It's just the way sometimes it's explained. It looks amazing. But the idea is that it gives you more insight into where a stock may be going, and it's hard for me to say to you that it can give you information on where it's going, because it's a little deceptive. But that's the easiest way to do it. So if we have the levels, easy to draw on. Okay, this is a level here, this is a level here. What the pitchfork does is give you information in levels that you wouldn't normally be able to see, similar to Quant. With that being said, I'm going to pull up some Quant data. Let's just first check on SPY. Are we getting back to 455? Let's get in there and see. Strong like bull. Move strong. Where's levels? Okay. All right, I said we're going to check on the GEX, and I'm going to get back to Metas. Sorry, Mila. Yes, one-on-one, absolutely. Coming at you, hardcore. Slamming research. The idea of GEX, where is it? Here it is. I'm telling you, you can have as many monitors, but you'll still find easily ways to fill them up and need more. Ooh, Roku. Man, I can't let Roku go. Every time I explain about it, I kind of convince myself of the other way. Roku might have to be addressed. We might have to have a situation here. Mila, if you can hold off on Metal Talk for a second. This level is it's just eating away at it, right? We have this descending triangle, like so. Strong support right here. If that breaks, easy move. And I don't have to remind you what we saw. Easy move down number one. Easy move down number two. And take profit. The only thing is that it's in the way. It's just other levels. And that's what kind of turned me off on it. But I don't think that should turn me off on it, because the overall goal is that it gets through those levels. I don't understand. Let's first of all, let's check out some prices here. Sure, you're so agreeable. I love it. Easy going. That's the way to do it. I've worked with so many people that they can't. The slightest thing throws them off. Like I don't. Someone told me that they wanted me to wear a polo to a seminar. I didn't want to, and it just derailed the whole thing. All right, so I'm looking at, do I do 0DT again? I always say 0DT, like Friday expiration. Okay, so a descending triangle, like all triangles that work, they have a rhythm to it. And the rhythm usually works on the A, B, C, D, E flush. That rhythm works on touches. So we have the entry to the triangle here. That's one touch. The next one we're looking for is A. A has not reached until all the way down here, which is weird. So maybe this is more of a, hang on a second. Is this more of a flag? I'm going to move that in a second, I know. Instead of a descending triangle, is it a flag? So that if this actually breaks this level, it could just be forming a longer flag and not a true breakout. Interesting. Let's revisit the GEX on this. Not the GEX, the Quant level. Down in the GEX. All right, the Quant level is already up. I wish there was a way to share two screens. I'm sure there is. I just don't. I'm not technically inclined to do it. Let me see if I can hold it down here. There you go. That works. So I'm really in the back of my mind is sticking that 2 sigma alert. Now alerts are just an alert. It's not a call to action, right? We have to discern that. It's not something like, all right, I got this 2 sigma alert. It's confidence is 73, 78%, all in on short on Roku, because it could. I mean, technically, it's always possible to make another high from this. That would be an amazing breakout, but everything is impossible until it happens, right? Going to the moon was impossible. Did it happen? I don't know. But there are things that seem impossible actually can happen. And now I'm getting philosophical, and I apologize. So how do we find the GEX on Roku if it's not in that 0 DTE, right? So just to harken back, we have all the 0 DTE right here on the Quant Trading App website, or Discord, but there's no Roku, right? And let's just revisit the SPY since we're here. So how do we get the GEX information for a ticker that doesn't have the feed like this? I mentioned it earlier, and we're going to say it again. So the 454 is still strong. No other area is going to, we're just going to ride this out to close up at 455. So how do we do it? We go to the website. I have Roku up on the other screen so we can watch it. We go to the website, we go to options, and we go to advanced GEX. And then we start thinking of what time frames do we want to use, or what time frames do we want to know about, and where we want to trade. So first we push in Roku. Roadhouse. All right, we're going to uncheck all, and just for the sake of this, we're just going to go this week. Keep it nice and tight sample size. Should maybe go next week also, but we'll do that next. And this plots it all out, right? We can apply this to our charts, but the quant chart has Roku on it, so we don't need to do that. But then we can look at the GEX chart down here. It plots it out for us, and we can see that right now, the purple line, which is absolute GEX, and the largest strike price that has the most GEX on it, I mean, the strike price that has the most GEX on it is at 105, and that's where we are right now. There's more GEX above us than there is below us. So if we're thinking of strictly a magnet or attraction type trade, it says higher is easier. Also keep in mind that there's lower volatility, that there's this very low, it's not really low, it's 500,000, but it's a lot lower than in relation to everything else. So that's a data point. Then we move to the quant chart, which we've looked at a few times now, but we're going to revisit it. There's that beautiful SPY action. Let's refresh this before we go on to the Roku. So these levels don't change throughout the day, but it's good for me at least to just revisit it to see where we are. So now we're on the south side of the 2-day VWAP. A touch here and a rejection will seal the deal for me that I'll be looking lower tomorrow. And especially when the next day opens, it will use today's data and tomorrow's data. So we'll get a better VWAP or 2-day VWAP for that day, if that makes any sense. This was okay, but it was coming in from a straight action yesterday, so it was actually almost like a 1-day VWAP, but it was weighted with yesterday. I'm getting too tied up in my own thinking. Let's just stick with the plan. Roku. Roku is now 105.26. So Roku is now hanging out at this 2 sigma. Usually, and just from my experience, when I see 2 sigma breach, it's a breach and then a comeback. And Tesla is the one that I've had experience with, that I followed with it. It hit 2 sigma a couple times on the support side, and then I think a week or 2 weeks later, it's probably a week later, it hit the 2 sigma on the top side. So it's I use the analogy of like you go to a kid's party or a bowling party at a bowling alley, whatever. They put in those bumpers in the gutters, so the ball just bounces around until it lays some pins down at the end of it. That's essentially how Tesla works with the 2 sigmas. Not all the time. Don't quote me on that. It's just it's a funny analogy. That's all. With this, we can see, and we can actually go back. This is another one. So we get the calendar here, and we can go back a week. And this is what's great about QTA. There's more data that you can shake a stick at. And what are we trying to discern from this? Not really sure, but I wanted to get some more information from it. Let's see, I was kind of hoping for it to see if it reached the bottom 2 sigma or the support. And that would kind of give me an inclination that, okay, if we reach the bottom support side 2 sigma and flushed up, that would lead me to believe that it would work the other way too. We're not getting that. This is also just a good example on how to show you, you can look back on anything that's in the universe, I should say, with all the popular ones. So far, I mean, if there's enough data for it, and if it's worth tracking, it's in the QTA universe. If it's not in the universe, you should check the liquidity of it, because for instance, that COHR that we looked up earlier, that was a random stock that was brought to my attention by someone, that is very illiquid. It doesn't have a lot of play in the options market, but it's in the QTA universe limitedly with the expirations. Anything that's not worth it, it won't be tracked. Yeah, so to sum up, as much as I want to short Roku, I'm not going to, because there's the information that's being presented to me by QTA tells me differently. We've used the 2-day VWAP. We've touched the area once, twice, and then finally this morning, bounced off of it, and now we're playing above the 2 sigma line, and we're holding above that VWAP. The 2 sigmas there. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow, see what happens then, or just leave the trade behind and move on to something else. But this has stopped me from getting into a trade, and I've probably mentioned it 3 times today. Oh, I want to short Roku. I want to short Roku. Didn't do it. Kept getting turned down, and now are we making a new high right here? No. 3 cents away. We're gonna make that new high. It's got to happen. I'm gonna get back to Meta. Sorry. What am I missing? Was the price on that anchored VWAP for SPY? The price for the tool? Oh, it's included. Everything that I show you is all included with Quant Trading App. I might have mentioned if you trade on this tool alone, you could be very successful. I might have mentioned that, but it's included with everything. It's all a package. I hope that was the question you were asking. The price for the tool, or the price that the 2 VWAP was at. I'll answer both. The price for the tool is included, and the price where the VWAP was at, the 2-day was at just say 103, because after the day is over, it should be right around 103 if everything holds up here. And that uses yesterday and today's data, and it's so respected by price. Come to the demo, you'll see it. You could probably teach a demo by now, Mr. Webb. Wow, we keep following this SPY. This is why I have to pay attention and get out at the exits. What happened to Meta? Oh, it's at the top. It's at the top. Yeah, Roku is taking off. We're now approaching 106. I'm going to have SPY on the top screen as we look at Meta. 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 So back to the daily. To short or not to short? Well, turn off the high beams. We have this gap right here. It was covered and still held. And now it's using that gap as support, essentially. We're on the tops of it. Now, what's the next level to reach? Where are we at right now? We just reached 340. So from 340, highest level of 380. Second highest level is 355. Oh, but short term, to short it, you can maybe down to here. Let's see, any divergence? New. I would like to see something tell me up or lower. Where was that? Okay. Once again, it's 102.80 for that on the Roku. So just by looking at charting, it could come back down if it finds this 316 for support. That would be a nice swing play right there. If that fails and you hold on to that, this support down here, 281, that's a far stretch though, but that's definitely doable. I mean, you've seen this support being revisited. There's no reason why it can't revisit it again. But also, all right, let's pull up some other data. First, we go to quant charts. SPYs 354, 454, 58, 60. First, we look at the quant chart and we pull up Meta. And what we can glean from this chart, we can apply to the GEX. Now, this is showing us just local today and yesterday, but we can use it for an entry once we decide if we want to go up or down, or if we want to go at all. So up seems a little hard. We have the 2-day VWAP. We have the intraday top right here. The max pain is below at 330. And let's see how far away 2 sigmas are. 318. It's a lot closer. So we're closer to the support. Right. It's a little flat action here. One dip down. Kind of hard to. All right. So then we look at the GEX. Now the GEX, it doesn't have its own feed for Meta. But what we can do instead is we can go to the advanced GEX section. Right here, advanced GEX. Meta. Uncheck all, and we'll just do a nice swing trade for the end of the year. I would want to, if you are interested in Meta, revisit this and do half, like do just the 2 weeks and then do the final 2 weeks, and then we can kind of compare them together. First, let's just look at the GEX here. So a lot to the upside. The absolute GEX is at 330. So that would be a support level and a nice pullback. So we were talking about a pullback, right? On the chart, we were discussing a pullback. A nice pullback, a first level or support would be right here, and that's 328.40. Let me see what this actually says. This says 330. All right, so if we were to use that as support, maybe I have a line right there. Yeah, there's already there. This line, right there. 329.62. So 330 would be a nice support and also work as a bit of a pullback if it wants to go higher. After reaching that level, we can then assess if we want to hold on. If we think that level is going to break, we can hold on to those puts, or we can reassess and take profit because that's our planned exit, and that'll be a nice move. I mean, 330, that's a just over 5-point move in the next week or so. Let's see how. So we're already started in a down. This is so bearish, it's funny, right? Mountain comes up, mountain comes down. Similar to what we just saw on the SPY today. Mountain comes up, mountain comes down. Now, mountain comes up again. That would be good. But sticking with meta, sorry, I get sidetracked. On a macro view, a little bit more macro, 30 minutes. We are already in some type of down. Let's see where this local resistance is at 330 as well. Yeah, I don't want to turn it on because it's going to have all the high beams. But now we can see it even more clear. We have a support right there, bingo, right there at 338.40. And we slide over this. 330 would be max pain, right? Yeah, 330, max pain and the intraday. So that is, this is 1. We found it on the traditional charting, that's 1. Then we used quant charts. So we have intraday and max pain together. We'll count that as 2. And we can also put in the buy zone. This is close enough to mix together. But max pain acts like a magnet and a support and resistance. So that would be 2. Those 3 levels make 2. And now the GEX, which is, I'm losing track of all my open windows. Apologies. And here's the GEX. That was blinded me. The GEX, the absolute GEX, is at 330. If you want to include that in your data point, you can make it. And let's just check for some call and put volumes here. Now, these you can map out if you're really interested in making a play for it. You can map these out on your chart. Down here, we have most open interest and the most put open interest. This is the flip. So I would say maybe, I wouldn't say 300, 302.5. That would be a support level. 320 is the most, what is this? The most negative GEX. I get that confused with the most put GEX. The most put GEX would be over here. This is negative GEX, and this is the positive GEX. So now we've framed our action, right? We framed it between 340, 320, and then 305, let's say comfortably. Most of the action will happen in between here and here. This is a strong level, though, 340. Absolute GEX 330. So I would say the safer one is to get a strike wherever you feel comfortable in with 330 as support or a target in this case, and then reassess at 330 for more down. See where the updated data lies when it gets to that point, and then take it from there. And then, the last one we'll check, my favorite, is divergence, and I'm sure this makes everyone upset. They're so sick of me saying divergence. But we can check it. Oh, why am I getting on 5? How about just the daily? So here, we have, let's start at the highest peak here. The highest peak we have here, and we travel down. This peak is here. So from high to low, that's fine. Next peak, it goes higher. So the divergence is from here to here. So price action goes up. The divergence goes down. And then finally, this level is lower than the initial one, but the price is higher. And the MACD, does that, I mean, the RSI match up with it? Yes, except this last one here is a straight top on the indicator. Straight top on the indicator, and price rising is the example of exaggerated bearish divergence. I am on board. I am on board for a 330 move in Meta. I have February here. I know that's a little far out. That wouldn't make it worth it for a 5-point move a month later. Would this happen in the next couple weeks? I'm sorry. You're not sick of the oh, that's good. Yeah, my friend Kevin is. He says enough with your divergence BS. He's joking, I guess, but no, I can understand how people get sick of it. It works. So, right. So divergence, bearish move here, and increasing here. Price action, that's bearish. So here we have it playing out, the bearish move, and now we have convergence to, what is it? Confirm that this was bearish divergence. Now, how much further did we go down? That's the rub. Well, the RSI is at 50. All right, that's plenty of room to go either way. The MACD is into bearish territory. If we hold that, we come back up and we hold that, that would be an indication of going lower. But with our target only 5 points away, we need to make this happen within the week or a week or two. So 1 week out would be here. No, I mean, this week would be there. And then 1 week further out, next week would be, there we go. I couldn't get the cursor to move. So optimally, we want to see 330 be made by this Friday. That would be taking advantage of the price action in the shortest amount of time. A little safer would you go a little further out, and maybe you can even drop it down. You can save on the premiums, still capitalize on the move, pay a cheaper premium, get exponential moves. That's all. That's up to you and how you calculate it and convert it. And now let's apply looking at the actual option chain. So we have a lot of confluence right there. I'm going to expand it to look at the deltas and the thetas. Sounds like I'm talking about a fraternity house. You're going to that delta party on Friday? No, I'm going to the thetas. Thetas. I need nutrients, man. I'm getting silly. So let's just play this out. If we have our target of 330 or 329, right? I think 330 was the levels, the absolute gex and stuff. So say 330, I would want to go one above. They don't go by dollars, they go by $2.50. So 330 or 332.50. They're 98 cents or 161. The volume is highest at 332.50. The delta is at 21, 31, 44 for 330, 332.50, and 335. The theta is 335 is the highest. Obviously, it's right at the money, but it's higher than the other side of at the money. I'm beginning to get analysis paralysis, as they say. Yeah. That morning move on the SPY was killer. Moving into the afternoon to try and force it or will it in another direction, that becomes too much to handle. It is 2 o'clock. I definitely have to get something of sustenance. I don't know. Should I keep this up? Should I just like take a break and come back? Or should I end this and then have a separate video with the demonstration and everything in it. And Mila usually has the right answers all the time to these questions. I turn to you. Wow, Tesla's at 245. Wait, what did we miss? Yeah, we missed it. That breakout we were talking about, the 245, that happened. 245 call was at 340. Let's look at it now. All right. So far, there's 3 plays I called out today that if I had taken them, or if anyone here had taken them, they would be profitable. So let's just one more time. 245 for Friday. Okay, it's now $7.68. That is officially a bagger. That's our second bagger of the day. A bagger being 100% gains. So if you're going by bagging standards, we double bagged it today. It's YouTube, so I think YouTube, yeah, YouTube's recording it. Oh, this is live. What am I saying? Yeah, it's live. It's on YouTube. Mila's got me all twisted. All right. If you're in this, I would take profit. 100% profit is nothing to shake a stick at. Blah, 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 blah. But that was a nice call. We used quant, we used the GEX, we used graphs, we used charts, we used resistance, support to culminate this perfect move. And we've also did it on the opposite side where we've negated a move on Roku. I was all on the put train, but decided not to. So not only in theory did we make money, we've also saved by not investing in something. No, don't be sorry. Why are you sorry? Never be sorry. I'm always the one to be sorry. But so that's something interesting to think about. So not only does it save us from getting into a bad trade, it helps us make good ones. Which that's the first one you want to look at. Oh, help me make money. Right. Okay. Here's the tool. No one really looks at how to save money. And when we look at trades, we have to trust the data. I was so on board with my gut. I was like, Roku's got to come down. It's got to come down. We hit the 2 sigma alert. We are overextended, and we have this whole empty space below. It wasn't done yet. That still might happen. Don't get me wrong. Roku has hit this 2 sigma resistance twice. It's gonna come down, but it's just a matter of when. Right now is not the point for me that I'm comfortable with of making that entry. So very exciting stuff today. I'm just deciding. I'm trying to decide. Mila, what do you think? Should we end it here? I think we covered a lot. We'll end it here, and then I'll announce a demo. Mr. Webb, you probably want to come to that. Or if you, Mr. Webb, if you sign, or if you, whatever, not trying to rush you, whatever, but if you do commit, whatever, if you sign up today or whatever, you'll be part of it, and I can walk you through the onboarding process and demonstrate to everyone how easy it is. You on board, you just transfer over the levels to TradingView or TOS. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm waiting for your approval, Mila, though. Sure, okay. I think that sounds about right. Hey, we got 3 good calls today, 3 good plays, and we saved on 1. I mean, that is something to stamp on the books, close them up, file it away as a win. And hey, we'll review it in this evening's demo. Too cool. What time is demo? I don't know. Help me. What time? You think, 1 hour and 30 minutes. That's 3:30 my time. I was thinking maybe like after hours type stuff. Because what I plan to do, I want to give a demo tonight and then go live again tomorrow, or announce it today and have the demo for tomorrow. I don't know. I'm so twisted up. I really should have announced the demo for tonight. I should have announced it yesterday. Hey, should have, would have, could have. That's beyond us now. All right, we're going to work something out. Maybe when you come back, or maybe you'll just have to skip this one. Can't be at everything, right? So good sum up. This is now definitely 100%. We bought it at 340. It's now at 780. Okay, cool. Good to hear, Mr. Webb. And I will show you exactly. Well, you've already seen it. I already showed you how to do it. But I think for other people too, it would be good to, when you get on board, this is how you start it. This is what you pull up. This is what you see. Everything is cool. Everything is out there. Excellent stuff. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Thank you guys so much, Mr. Webb. You've been awesome. You're now. I'm officially. You have to join. You have to be a part of this. At least just coming back to my webinars. No, definitely join, because I think you understand it. And this has been like. I don't think you're gonna get this much attention to how to use something successfully anywhere else. I think that we're gonna like have to categorize this and save this for how to day trade with QTA. It worked out perfectly, I would say. And thank you guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit the bell, and join the Discord, Mr. Webb. I don't have the. I'll figure it out. Oh, thank you. I love that feedback. You're amazing. Let's start with Tesla on the demo. What you've seen. Yes, I have a Tesla demo, frame by frame by frame, perfectly how to use the 2-day VWAP. Yes, highly recommended. All right, I'm going to tag you, or if you liked and subscribed, I don't have to tag you. But yeah, definitely. I'll see you guys there. Thanks a lot. And I now have to have that awkward thing where I say goodbye and then I have to find the end stream. Oh, no, wait, found it.